Hello, good morning, and many thanks for joining us. We give thanks to God Almighty for the grace to see another beautiful day. We do not take this blessing for granted at all. I hope you're well, because I am. Welcome to the show, Breakfast Daily, here on Channel 1 TV. It's time to serve you the best breakfast on TV. My name is Nanatufu Boateng. Now, there's a lot happening, okay? But my worry has to do with the increasing spate of crime in recent times. You see, you'll notice that at a point there's a downward spiral, okay? The crime rate goes down and we are all happy, we are all safe. But now that we're seeing changes regarding the economy, I mean, CD appreciation, fuel price reduction, amongst others, you would expect that the system will be cool. But it's not. We are getting too many reports of increased crime. Take the Kaswa-Winneba Highway robbery. Good stuff, because we understand that one of the suspects arrested, prosecuted, and has been jailed, sentenced to 25 years imprisonment. That's good. Yesterday we spoke about the Adidome issue, where some 6 suspects who think they are better humans than others have taken the life of an individual, which of course reports indicate that there could be more, because they are still digging up bones from their shrines. It is quite worrying. Then on social media, all the way from I think Thursday last week, so just about a week today, and there were reports of an immigration officer who had gone missing. And just yesterday, we understand that a charred body, obviously a body that had been set on fire, has been identified as this young immigration officer who is married to a police officer with 2 children. The youngest amongst them just about 5 months old. Just think about it. And reports, although not confirmed, indicate that this heinous crime may have been perpetrated by a friend of his who had more or less scammed him into a recruitment deal through which he had collected sums of money amounting to about 200,000 from his family and his friends, given to this other friend who had promised jobs in return. Failed to deliver the jobs, we understand sends a message to him or calls him to come for his money after some back and forth, and he meets his untimely death. This is troubling. Like, I cannot understand why people think they are better humans than others, and so they can, on their own volition, take the life of another person. If I had my own way, okay, let me just leave it there, because I am no authority, so I cannot have my own way. But I believe the laws of this land must be applied to the letter. These persons must be dealt with all the force, the full force of the law, to serve as a deterrent to others. Because, I mean, how can you be so callous? How can you be so wicked to take the life of an individual, someone you owe, someone who has trusted you enough to commit a sum of about 200,000 Ghana cedis to you, and you set this person up to take his life? How wicked can you be? Lord, have mercy on us all. But we pray that the security services will expedite investigations into some of these matters. And then the most important thing, however, is intel, picking up intel to prevent the crime even before it happens. Because sometimes it might be too late and the loss is not something we can recover. So we beg you, our security agencies, maybe perhaps we should increase visibility in town. Because, we know that the system we are in, you may not have committed any crime, but you see a law enforcement agency and you want to run away. So perhaps if we increase visibility, it might deter people and stop some of these crimes from happening. Our condolences to the wife, to the family of this young immigration officer. We wish them strength in these trying times. And we hope that the good Lord himself will console them and, of course, grant them some mercy. Shalom. Now, let's tell you about the Volunteers TV show, which airs every Sunday at 6:30 p.m. here on Channel 1 TV. The spirit of this show is to rekindle or reignite volunteerism among Ghanaians, especially among the youth, so that you know when, where, how, in which way to volunteer, which endeavors you can venture into as a volunteer, what you can do to help the lot of Ghanaians as a volunteer. That's if you're interested. But even if you're not, this show might just whip up your interest in volunteerism. So join us every 6:30 p.m. Your host, Stephen Kwakudako, here on Channel 1 TV on Sundays at 6:30 p.m. for the Volunteers TV show. And then you would enjoy it. Trust me, you would enjoy the show and you will learn a thing or two. And then, of course, you can go to the Google Play Store or the App Store, the Apple Store, and then you can download the Channel 1 TV app, okay, where you get all the updates regarding the news, current affairs, politics, sports, entertainment, showbiz, you name it. All the features, the opinions, the articles are on this app. It makes it easy for you, okay? It's just one click away. So download the app and, of course, install this app on your phones or whatever gadget it is that you're using to have easy access to 360 news, okay, round-the-clock news, all the updates coming up, of course, in real time, okay? So just download the app, the Channel 1 News app, and you have access to all our stories, all our updates, current affairs, sports, politics, lifestyle, showbiz, entertainment. Just download the app. You love it. It's quite friendly, quite easy to navigate. So go on to the Google Play Store and download that app. Okay. Shall we get into the papers now? Let's find out what's in the news. The Chronicle newspaper is here. I'm looking at the paper and I'm getting angry. And this has nothing to do with the people at Chronicle. It has a lot to do with the faces on the front page of the paper. I'm looking at the faces of people who think they are better than other people and so want to take their lives for money rituals. The story I brought to you yesterday. And Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. The Chronicle says, how Adidome ritual killing was plotted and executed. And it has pictures of the suspects, including the deceased. Now, the deceased is on the right-hand corner to the top. And if, I don't even want to do a comparison. If you compare the deceased to the killers, you just be angry. Like you think you are better than someone. Hey! Again, Lord have mercy on us all. How Adidome ritual killing was plotted and executed. And just listen to this. Here are the suspects. Noah Bloch is a 42-year-old fetish priest who reportedly requested for dead body and parts for rituals. Then there's Bejo Courage, 25 years old, allegedly aided to strangle the friend's rival. There's John Bloch, 40-year-old, allegedly assisted to dismember the body. Wisdom Hedido, 31-year-old, orchestrated the killing of his rival. Johannes Bloch, 27-year-old, reportedly took part in dismembering the body. Then there's Augustina Fiawoyipe, 21-year-old fetish priestess at the center of affairs. Just look at this. Absolute nonsense. The law must deal with these people decisively. Seriously. Seriously. Like I said, I don't have my own way. I have no authority, so I'll leave it here. There's another story on the front page of the Chronicle. Bailiff jailed 4 years for forging judge's signature. See another nonsense. Bailiff jailed 4 years for forging judge's signature. This country, let me console myself with a good book and enter the scriptures for the morning. The book of Exodus, the chapter number 21, the verse number 12. Whoever strikes a man so that he dies shall be put to death. But you see, you people are, human rights people are fighting that we should cancel the death penalty and all that. And the Bible is telling us that whoever strikes a man so that he dies shall be put to death. It's okay. Let's do sports on the back page of the Chronicle. On the back page. Yes, our Mohamed Kudus is here. Tottenham agree £55 million fee for West Ham's Kudus. We understand that he's expected to begin his medicals today. Tottenham and West Ham are actually rivals, and this will be the second signing after Scott Parker In that, Scott Parker was somewhere 2011. So this is like the second exchange between the two teams since 2011. And Tottenham have agreed a £55 million fee for West Ham's Mohamed Kudus. If it goes through, he's expected to begin medicals today. That's some good stuff there for Mohamed Kudus. Ancelotti gets jail term for tax evasion, but will not go to prison. Oh, Carlo. Carlo Ancelotti gets jail term for tax evasion, but will not go to prison. Then you have Man United to revamp scouting network after years of poor signings. Oh, the People's United. Man United to revamp scouting network after years of poor signings. And you have Crystal Palace set to be thrown out of the Europa League as Lyon win appeal. Crystal Palace is set to be thrown out of the Europa League as Lyon win appeal. Oh, so that means Nottingham Forest will likely leapfrog them and go into the Europa. Well, we'll see how it goes. Let me take you to the Daily Guide. The Daily Guide newspaper says, Ablekuma North election rerun, court rejects injunction against EC. Ablekuma North election rerun, court rejects injunction against EC. And it comes with a picture of the MPP candidate for Ablekuma North, a QFEA, with Gary Nima Kumafo after the court proceedings. Then, 6 nabbed over ritual murder and serial killings. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. I try to control myself. This story is just annoying me. It's aching me so much. I don't know. 6 nabbed over ritual murder and serial killings. And then the other story says, Bahamas LGBTQ plus abstention worrying. That's according to an NPP MP. He says, Bahamas LGBTQ plus abstention worrying. Sim Majole live in theater August 9. And then you have reduced forex market intervention. IMF to government. Reduce forex market intervention. IMF to government. That's the Daily Guide newspaper today. Let's see. Daybreak newspaper. Daybreak newspaper says GPHA begins 24-hour operations. GPHA begins 24-hour operations. Fake dollar notes. U.S. Embassy, National Security collaborate. And that's according to Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak, the Minister for the Interior. He says on the matter of the fake dollar notes, the U.S. Embassy is collaborating with National Security. Government vows to combat piracy. Government vows to combat piracy. Then you have Chinese company chases McDan Group over huge debt. Chinese company chases McDan Group over huge debt. Bande wades into Baumia's aid appointment. Bande, that's Mustafa Bande, a Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, wades into Baumia's aid appointment. Okay. The Ghanaian Times says World Share Expo. Government targets $614 million revenue. That's according to Dr. Peter Otokono. World Share Expo, government targets $614 million revenue. Then you have GMET warns of more rains in July and August. That's the Ghana Meteorological Agency warns of more rains July and August. Then you have confiscate all medicines from unapproved routes. Confiscates all medicines from unapproved routes. That's according to the Health Minister, Kwabna Minta Akando. When I go to the dispatch says Ablekuma North. High Court throws out NPP's application to halt elections, to halt tomorrow's election rerun. Ablekuma North. High Court throws out NPP's application to halt tomorrow's election rerun. 16 persons died and 110 injured in 3,995 fire outbreaks in Ghana in 6 months. Then we have made history for Ghanaian mining with Black Voter deal. That's the Dispatch newspaper. We've seen the Chronicle. Let's see what other paper we have. Other than that, then I'd have to take you online. The New Republic says Kwawu Chieftaincy Tassel, Dasibre Ekwiyamwe Japan II reaffirmed as Kwawu Manghene 24-hour security requested as tensions mount in Kwawu. Then you have bombshell, Tokonu drags nation to ECOWAS court over sacking bid. And then NPP's Ablekuma North dream crushed. Court greenlights rerun. Party panics. China dashes Ghana $30 million. Mahama directs use of funds for Aflao market redevelopment. Okay. And then you have government host high-level agribusiness forum to boost industrial growth. So these are some of the newspapers and its front pages for today. It's time to go online. Let's see what we have online. We start off with channel1news.com. What's channel1news.com saying today? Technology. Okay, no nationwide power outage on July 13. That's a clarification by the Energy Ministry. Earlier, the Minister for the Sector, John Jinapo, had suggested a possible energy disruption on Sunday the 13th due to ENI's shutting of its gas valves for some repair works. Other stories. Bright Simmons raises transparency concerns over $100 million Black Volta gold deal. Bright Simmons raises transparency concerns over $100 million Black Volta gold deal. EC yet to communicate to us on Ablekuma North rerun. That's according to the NPP. EC yet to communicate to us on Ablekuma North rerun. Let's look at some other stories. Ablekuma North, NPP quietly campaigning while seeking court injunction. NPP quietly campaigning while seeking court injunction. National Cathedral will be completed as planned. This according to the board of the National Cathedral. But the president says they are going to convert it into a culture and convention and culture center or something under the 24-hour economy policy. Anyways, the board is assuring that the cathedral will be completed as planned. Mahama nominates final batch of deputy ministers. We know that there was 4 slots left, according to the promise by the president, which 4 slots we are being told has gone to Jachi Kwesen, Afo Tofe, Adam Suparu, and Grace Ayensu Dankwa. Okay, so that's foreign affairs, I think transport, communications, and health. Mahama nominates final batch of ministers. Mahama sacks National Ambulance Service CEO. Mahama sacks National Ambulance Service CEO. Let's see what other stories we have online. Government denies backing LGBTQ plus rights after UN vote backlash. Government denies backing LGBTQ plus rights after UN vote backlash. Agrada's lawyer slams false reports, confirms transfer to Nsawam. Agrada's lawyer slams false reports, confirms transfer to Nsawam. Okay. Central Tong, 6 arraigned as police exhume human remains from shrine. Central Tong, 6 arraigned as police exhume human remains from shrine. Government spent $1.2 million relaunching already existing chip-embedded passport. The minority is making that allegation. Government spent $1.2 million relaunching already existing chip-embedded passport. That's an allegation by the minority in Parliament. Suhuyini, that's Hamza Suhuyini. EC's conduct threatens Ghana's democratic integrity. EC's conduct threatens Ghana's democratic integrity. Hamza Suhuyini speaking there. Let's fix EC together, Omane Buama tells NPP. Let's fix EC together. That's according to Omane Buama, Dr. Edward Omane Buama. Trump praises good English of Liberian president, prompting criticism across Africa. You can't get enough of Donald Trump, can you? Ashaiman, commuters demand urgent government action on deteriorating road. Commuters demand urgent government action on deteriorating road in Ashaiman. Patrick Boama slams government over Ghana's abstention from UN LGBTQ plus a vote. South Sudan's President Salva Kiir dismisses Army Chief Paul Nang Majok. South Sudan's President Salva Kiir dismisses Army Chief Paul Nang Majok. All right. Stop using phones in kitchens. Fire service warns hotels and eateries. Stop using phones in kitchens. Fire service warns hotels and eateries. And then Kenya's Ruto faces tough task taming protests and winning over Gen Z. We understand that he's given some directives for the police to shoot protesters in the legs if they attack business installations. Now, this has received a widespread condemnation from the UN and, of course, other human rights organizations. Now, I'll take you to citynewsroom.com. Citynewsroom.com. English Yamanfro, suspected robbers killed 21-year-old Momo vendor. You see the thing I'm saying about the increasing spate of crime. The crime rate is going up. I think the police need to increase their visibility so that it will help deter others. Anyways, ADB set for recapitalization in 2026. That's according to the Finance Minister, Ato Forson. ADB set for recapitalization in 2026. No nationwide blackout on July 13. Energy Ministry clarifies. The spokesperson, Roxanne, made that clarification following that comment by the sector minister. Now, Bright Simmons accuses ENP of misleading public over Black Volta gold deal. Bright Simmons accuses ENP of misleading public over Black Volta gold deal. $367 million IMF disbursement hits Bank of Ghana account. $367 million IMF disbursement hits Bank of Ghana account. Ablekuma North, we won't contest an election we've already won. NPP insists. Ablekuma North, we won't contest an election we've already won. NPP insists. Then still on Ablekuma North, Ablekuma North rerun will be fair and peaceful. NDC assures. Ablekuma North rerun will be fair and peaceful. NDC assures. Then when you go to Hohoi, the Member of Parliament, Chekpo, is saying that Hohoi residents felt scammed by Amewu. Amewu is just the immediate past MP for the area, and the current MP says the residents of Hohoi felt scammed by Amewu. On the matter of the National Cathedral project, the board says the project is not abandoned. National Cathedral project not abandoned. Board clarifies. National Cathedral project not abandoned. Mahama nominates Jachi Kwesen, Dorcas Afotofe, and 2 others as deputy ministers. Mahama nominates Jachi Kwesen. He's going to the Foreign Affairs Ministry. Dorcas Afotofe and 2 others as deputy ministers. The CEO of National Ambulance Service, Nuhu Zakaria, sacked. CEO of National Ambulance Service, Nuhu Zakaria, sacked. Other stories, a new 10-member GIPC board inaugurated to bolster Ghana's foreign investment drive. New 10-member GIPC board inaugurated to bolster Ghana's foreign investment drive. All right, and then you have Hudu Motari, chairs Governing Board of Ghana Standards Authority. Hudu Motari chairs Governing Board of Ghana Standards Authority. Now let me go back to the papers and bring you the front page of the Daily Graphic. Daily Graphic is here. Natural gas supply to increase Sunday. Measure to stabilize power sector. That's according to the Energy Minister, John Jinapor. He says natural gas supply to increase on Sunday, and the measure is to stabilize the power sector. John Jinapor, Minister for Energy and Green Transition. Report illegal gold dealers for reward. President Mahama at inauguration of Gold Board Task Force. Trade Ministry holds national dialogue on first agribusiness policy. Trade Ministry holds national dialogue on first agribusiness policy. Government releases 4 billion cedis to pay road contractors. That's the front page of the Daily Graphic. And then when you go to the back page, veterinary services receive lab equipment to boost animal health. Veterinary services receive lab equipment to boost animal health. And then Volta region set to host trade and investment fair. So these are some of the stories in the Daily Graphic newspaper this morning. But go online, citynewsroom.com, as well as channel1news.com, and you can get the details of these stories and more. This is Breakfast Daily. Stay with us. We'll be right back with the news review segment.
Welcome. It's Play to 8.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to 8, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, Play to 8. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tank Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
This Sunday, prepare for a divine encounter. Edinham Bright Davis hosts the deeply anointed and ever dynamic Reverend Pajo Makwe on Adoration, a powerful time of spirit-filled worship and praise like never before. Tune in and experience the overflow as he ministers under the unction of the Holy Spirit. Let every heart be lifted. Let every soul be renewed. This Sunday at 10 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Don't just watch it, experience it. Adoration, where the presence of God is real.
Good morning again. Grateful that you stayed on with us. This is Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nanatufo Boateng. It's time to get into the conversation on the news review segment where we'll bring you perspectives to the various topics that are dominating the media space. Joining me in studio this morning is the former Member of Parliament, for the Adentan constituency, Kojo Edu Asare. Good morning, sir. It's been a long while.
Yes.
I trust all is well.
Not bad.
Great. It's good to have you in our studios this morning.
Pleasure.
Yes. Seated next to him is the editor of the News Center newspaper, newscenter.com, Elvis Dakon. Elvis, good morning.
Good morning.
Good to see you again.
Yeah.
All right, let's get straight into it. This morning we're starting with politics and we're zooming into Ablekuma North. A rerun is scheduled to happen in 19 polling stations on Friday, the 11th of July, as announced by the Electoral Commission. The New Patriotic Party won't have any of it. Went to the court to seek an injunction. The court has dismissed this application, and so the party insists that they would not participate. In fact, when we spoke to the Deputy General Secretary of the party, Haruna Idrisu, Haruna Mohammed, he says that the EC has not even officially notified the party regarding this particular rerun. Honorable Edu Asare, I'll start with you and your thoughts on this Ablekuma rerun, the position of the NPP, the stance of the EC, and what your party makes of this decision.
Okay. Good morning to your team and my brother.
Yeah.
As well as your big audience out there.
Very well.
It's been a while. This is my first time in this particular studio.
Yeah.
But I've been with your
two
other broadcast studio. Yeah. So congrats on your new space.
Thank you.
Well, Ablekuma North is a big deal to some of us because the SAL experience in the past, administration is so fresh on our minds, and I think that back to back, it wouldn't be fair for any constituency to suffer the same kind of fate. So, of course, all this while, some of us have been pushing to know what exactly my party, is doing about this particular situation. And about almost a month ago, we saw I think Parliament summoned the EC to bring them a brief on their position on just to see to it that situation is sorted out. The deputy EC chair was there and made some...
Bosman
Asari, and he said that they were not going to run or rerun, and that there were only some few issues, three issues that police stations they needed to do something about. And also the assurance was given that they had all their pink sheets in place. So somehow it was a bit surprising that after some few weeks, the same group of people turned around to now, make that, suggest that we're going to have a rerun. Of course, that's the major reason the NPP have taken this stance. So it is the EC's own inconsistency and the attendant clear way out. Because what they said earlier was that they were looking for security from the police to just get the rest of the thing, the coalition done or completed. So with this mixed approach to what we all think is there's a guideline as to how these things have to run. And once you deviate or shift from that guideline, then you send doubts into people's minds. And then the credibility of the entire process then becomes very difficult for people to really get themselves involved. So I'm not surprised the NPP has taken this stance, but as a political party, I think that you don't always get it right. You sought for an injunction. It's been dismissed. Thrown out, dismissed. Doesn't mean that you should just chicken out of the process, because in the first place, as a party, they are going through their own bouts of issues, and to whip up enthusiasm back into their party. These are platforms that sometimes they can use to test. Losing elections is not new to any one of us, any political party for that matter. So whether you can see defeat facing you or not, does not mean you should chicken out.
The argument they make is with the process and the precedent it sets. They say it sets a dangerous precedent, because what will happen then is that in a future election, anyone at all can cause chaos during the transmission of ballot boxes or results to collation centers, and expect a rerun if this should go through.
Well, you see, truth be told, have you seen any authentic pink sheets so far from Ablekuma North?
Even the one that was expected to be pasted at the police station.
Okay, so for me, I would even have suggested that we start from zero
and rerun
the entire constituency. That would have been my suggestion, to give the entire process the credibility that it requires. You understand? That is what I would have suggested, but I don't know how that will mean, what that will mean to their budget, and because it comes with a whole lot of cost. You see, so I don't know. I can't just throw that out there and say, do this or do that. They might have looked in their coffers, looked at the strength and whatever that they have, and this is what they think will cure whatever mischief that the situation has caused. It is their work. They are the mandated authority to deal with situations like this. The MPP thought they could go to court to seek redress. They went and it did not work. That is law. So let our laws prevail. Because
in asking the laws to prevail, there's a court order that says that orders the EC to go ahead and complete the collation.
So they should invoke those court orders. Do you understand? Invoke. These are your rights. So invoke those court orders. Do you get me? So that we test our own legal system and see whether we are consistent. Because one court cannot say A, and then the other court says B, and then expect that there won't be chaos. Do you understand? There must be a certain synergy, some consistency, and all of that. You understand? So I think that now that the date is set, they should comply with the case. I mean the rerun. And then if there's any what do we call it, remedies they can seek from the court, if be it contempt or whatsoever, it can as well be invoked so that the laws will prevail. You understand? But for me, thankfully, we and them, and as MPP, we agree on at a certain podium where we believe that the EC is really not up to its task. You understand? And I mean, thankfully, all of a sudden, the NPP now, this is something we've been harping over and over and over the past few years. You know, but thankfully they've also come, or the chicken has come home to roost. And so they are now singing our kind of song. And we believe that the EC must be up and doing. I mean, we can create chaos if we are not careful. And we've harped on this over and over. So if now there is that consensus, whatever we all can do to purge the system and make it one that all of us, whenever they come up with any issue, we will all agree to whatever it is and allow this IPAC system that also helps for the parties to agree on a certain tangent or trajectory to go. It looks like all of those structures have been crumbled, for which reason we are seeing this kind of chaos. So I think that the EC has its role to play, but my advice is that the NPP, as a political, one strong opposition party at the moment, or the biggest, should not chicken out of this election in this manner. That I need to emphasize.
Obviously, I'll come to you, but let's say good morning to the Honorable Seth Champon. Welcome him, former Eastern Regional Minister. Good to see you, sir.
My colleague, former parliamentarian.
Exactly.
my brother.
Yes. Good to have you. Good morning.
Thank you.
Elvis, let me pick your thoughts on this Ablekuma North issue. The MPP says it will not contest, but I want to believe ballot papers are being printed, if they've not even finished printing by now. It will have the face of the MPP's candidate on it. What do we make of
that? For me, if you ask me, I think that I support the MPP position 100%. There's no need for them to participate in this election. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of everything. They should leave the burden on EC. They should let the debt remain with EC. EC wants to find a way of cleaning its mess, but they shouldn't let it happen. They should leave it on the EC. They say, the adage says that one bad palm nut or groundnut can spoil the entire soup. That's what the electoral commission had done to itself. Because if you have held election in 275 constituencies, you have declared the president, declared 274, and one, you go through this mess. The MPP should not actually give any reason for the EC to justify itself. This should remain a blot on this particular EC for the rest of their lives, so that future ECs will learn. Because there's no reason for any rerun of these elections. The elections have been held 7 months ago. After 7 months, one particular constituency became an issue. For 7 good months, you sat down and you said you are ready to count and declare the winner. You had problems with security, back and forth, back and forth. Someone went to court and the court said, go and count the rest, declare the result. That's the court order. You refuse to do it. Parliament called you and said, come and explain why up till now you have not declared, because a court order asked you to do it. You go to Parliament and the explanation was that you wrote to the police, and the police, for whatever mundane reason, says that they are seeking Attorney General permission, advice, before they will know what to do. I don't know where the police got that from. And the police administration itself is complicit in all this. Whichever power that is making them do that, is only they who know. Because I don't understand how a court order comes to you. You did not appeal the court order. The government did not appeal the court order. There's no stay of execution. And then you, police, on your own says that you have written to Attorney General seeking advice. What kind of advice? Advice on what? Advice on what the court has ordered you to do. Not a case now you are now before preparing go to court. A court has ordered you to do something. You are now saying that you are saying, this is what the government should know, that what the police has done has made people to believe that the government is controlling the police. Because there's no reason for police to ask for any advice from the AG. It's not now that you are going to court. No. The case can't. You, the police, don't say you are appealing the case. You do not ask for
been ruled on.
It has been
An
ruled
order
on.
has been made.
I don't have to do something. And then you are now saying that you are asking for attorney. Attorney General have told them straight for the hey, this is not an issue for. Go back and do your work. But Attorney General don't know whatever reason. So you see, though I don't have any evidence that government is controlling the police, but because of what they have done, it gives room for people to believe that there's a political control of the police, which is a very bad thing for the police to even let people think that about them. And then in Parliament, but Mansari says that they've done everything. They checked everything. Everything is clear. It's only left 3 police stations to count. And that once they get permission to count it, they will declare results. 3 weeks' time, then the same electoral commission issue a statement and says, now they realize that it's rather 19. Obviously, there is something fishy going on. You don't need anybody to tell you. I don't need anybody to tell me. It is because of the trend of events that will make me say that there's something fishy going on.
What's the trend of events?
Because you cannot tell me that there are 3. You go to the House of Records, to the Parliament, to tell you there's only 3 left.
Under oath.
Under oath. And then you turn around, come and tell the whole public 3 weeks later and say they are 19. Based on what? So why you are giving me room to say that somebody is controlling you? That is the bottom line. So if you do all this and you are telling a party to go for a rerun, if the NPP said they are boycotting, I think that's the right decision. This debt, this blood should remain on their record as electoral commission. They are finding to go and do a rerun to say, oh, they did a rerun. They should. Maybe the NDC think they have something, but I think the NPP decision is right. The right thing for the electoral commission to do that can clear that blood is to go ahead and count the 3 polling stations and declare. And if after declaration somebody has an issue, that is it, then you have done your work. But if the electoral commission disobeying the court order goes to do a rerun of the elections, it's good that the NPP will boycott it. So that it will forever be on the record of the EC.
Should the NDC side with the MPP and also decide to boycott?
Of course, if the NDC want a good system for Ghana, they will realize that going for this rerun set very dangerous precedents for the country. And therefore the best thing would be to let the EC declare. If the EC declare and the NDC they are not happy, or NPP is not happy, whoever is not happy should go to court. That sets a very good precedent that the electoral commission, when they're done with their work and you are not happy, you go to court. If the court gives any direction, the electoral commission will follow. But then when NDC is endorsing electoral commission's disobedience of the court to go and do a rerun instead of counting, because the NDC's decision to participate is actually an endorsement of EC's decision to disobey the court order to go and count and declare. That is what it means to me.
Yeah, but
so
all along,
if you are
the
doing
NDC has
that,
been consistent in its demand for a rerun.
It doesn't matter. They don't have the authority to demand. The law does not give NPP or NDC the power to declare results.
I'm just saying, it's the consistency. And so if we wanted a rerun,
yes.
And so now if he says we should rerun, then we go with it.
But you set a very bad precedent. Okay, tomorrow, you may find it that you are uncomfortable with the same thing tomorrow. Let's see. We should do things that will be precedent that everybody will follow for a long time. And we will never stop having elections as long as we're in a democracy.
Of course.
And therefore, if we are having elections, we should let elections set certain precedent that we can all follow. We've seen situations in the past where even governing parties say we disagree. Dr. Kojo will go ahead and declare and say, this is the results I have. If you don't have any, you tell you disagree with me, go to court. There are several instances that people protested results, or let's say, my duty as electoral commission is to organize elections and declare results. I've done my job. If you think you have an issue, the courts are there for you to go to, including the 2013 election petition. Dr. Adjo said, oh, me, I've done my work. Go to court. People say, why is it? It's obvious that is the best way for an electoral commission to work. You have your mandate. Do your mandate. If somebody thinks that he has problem with your mandate, the courts are there to guide. But you don't say that somebody said I disagree for which reason you are going to rerun. And as I said, even from the beginning, the electoral commission had made it clear that because of the banning out of this ABCD, we are going to rerun from the beginning. It's a different issue. But here in the case, you said everything is intact and that you have done almost everything left with only 3. This is what you said openly to everybody. It's on record in Parliament that it's left only 3. And 3 weeks after you say that it's left only 3 to count, and you rule out a rerun in Parliament. Let's not forget that. Boss Mansari ruled out that there's not going to be a rerun. And then all of a sudden, 3 weeks time, Boss Mansari comes out and says that, oh, we are going to do a rerun. How do you expect the people not to believe that you have become like a television or a robot that is being controlled by some remote control? And that is a very dangerous thing for a body like the Electoral Commission to be doing, because then it sets a very dangerous precedent, as you have said. It means that if tomorrow there's an election I feel that I'm going to lose, I organize people to go and bend down the place and say, do a rerun. This bend down, we all know, it's these people who organize these bend downs. We've seen all the electoral violence after the vote and everything. We know that these people who are going to bend down the place. Now you are actually giving NDC more reason to justify why they bend down your station. In fact, if there's anything EC should do is to declare the results, to let the NDC know you can't go and bend down a polling station or go and bend down electoral material. I think that because you do that, you ask for rerun and it will be done.
Right.
And so now EC is virtually kowtowing to what the NDC's demands are. Instead of doing its work and say, no, before we even came to this level of, what do we call it, technology, even in those days, pink sheets are faxed to the Electoral Commission's office. They have fax copies of whatever happens at places. Why are we being told that today? Elections have been held. The place was not burned down on the day of elections. The place was burned down about 5 days later. After everything. And the Electoral Commission is telling us that they don't even have their own fax copy of the electoral the pink sheets. How are we being told? We are being treated like we are, excuse me to say, 3-year-olds who cannot think for ourselves. We have not followed elections in this country for the past at least 20-25 years. Some of us have followed our electoral process. And we know that this thing is not anything anybody can tell me that Electoral Commission of all places can come and tell us that they don't actually have their own. In those days where there's no even opportunity to even say you are scanning, we had facts that sends results to the Electoral Commission. And that's what Dr. Afarijan will tell you. This is what we have as Electoral Commission. I'm declaring, and as I went to the Supreme Court in this country in 2013 as a country, and the Supreme Court proclaimed that even though the Constitution said that EC officials shall sign a pink sheet, the Supreme Court took the view that people cannot go and queue and vote. And then the Electoral Commission will come and say because an electoral officer did not sign, they are declaring the vote null and void. So Electoral Commission, the Supreme Court changed that law by their ruling and says that when people go to queue and vote, and EC officials fail to do their job, the vote shall stand. It
remains valid.
And the vote stood in 2013. So today, Electoral Commission comes to tell them that their EC officers have not authenticated. It's null and void because per the Electoral Commission, the Supreme Court ruling, if your officers, who you are supposed to make sure they do the right thing, did not do the right thing, you cannot punish the voter for that. But the EC is today overturning the Supreme Court position on that, saying that let's punish the voter, let's go and recall the voter to come and vote because our officer didn't do their work well. So the voter should come back to vote. So I think that the NPP has a very genuine reason. They should let this remain a blot on the record of the Jean Mensah, Bosmansari EC, that they are the Electoral Commission that committed these horrendous mistakes and they destroyed the entire palm soup with one palm, not the bad one. Because there's no reason for anybody to say we should get EC removed because out of 275 constituencies, we have problem with one. If you write examination, do you tell me that by this standard, we should remove the Electoral Commission? No. We should not. But these inconsistencies, which then suggest to people that they are being controlled by some powers, is the reason why people will support their removal.
Very well. Elvis, thank you. Honorable Champon, your thoughts. Your party says that you won't participate.
No,
but
we haven't changed it.
Yes, so my question is, the face of your candidate remains on the ballot paper. You won't participate. However, if it should come out that the people want the NPP and they vote based on the face of the candidate being on the ballot for the NPP, will you enjoy the spoils thereof?
That is the voice of the people. We can't change it.
You take the spoils of an exercise
This is the voice of the people. We can't change it. The people know what they want. The people know what they want, Nana. That will change.
But you do not want it because you think it's an illegal and unfair process.
Not necessarily. It's about processes and the procedure you have to pursue to win. And for us, we believe that where we had gotten to, it was easy work for the Electoral Commission to ensure that they go ahead and do what is expected of them.
Right.
And give the declaration over the 3 police stations, which was outstanding. Mind you, we have not come here very easy. 2024 elections was very hectic. And you should appreciate that everybody who participated in that elections went in to win. And if we've come thus far, it's not new. EC was supposed to be strong and firm, but I see flip-flopping. And once we see flip-flopping, nobody will be happy with it.
Yeah.
So we were clear in our minds that we had won that election. There's a history to it, that this constituency, I mean, that notwithstanding that some constituencies had never been won, this last elections had been taken over.
Yeah.
But this is clear that we are on course. And many things happened which have not been resolved. And we cannot get ourselves involved in this. Like Elvis said, the office of the Electoral Commission was burned down. I haven't heard of any investigations. I haven't heard who'd been reprimanded. Nothing. Crime gone unattended to is a blot on the state. And we need to ensure that some of these things are corrected. That aside, we believe that it is not an exercise we have to participate in, because it won't help the country. It will not help us as a new patriotic party. So we will not participate in that matter. Let me be honest. Like my brother Kojo said, they believe that the chickens have come home to roast, and that we are claiming that EC is poor. If EC behaves the way it is behaving now, everybody will say they are poor. We will always criticize you irrespective of who you are and where you stand. Because the point must be made clear. If the principle is A and you make it B, why shouldn't I voice it out? I have to voice it out. The EC, I don't know what happened. I said it here last week, that when they were threatened by the chairman of the Ports and Harbours Authority, my senior brother, the chairman of the NDC, that they were not fit for purpose. I didn't know whether they developed cold feet, what, because the deputy commissioner had been in parliament, meeting with parliamentarians in a committee of the whole. And that is how an EC is met in parliament. And the first deputy speaker would chair. And we will all sit down as a committee and discuss issues. And he was categorical that there was not going to be a rerun, and that all they were waiting for was protection from the Ghana Police Service. And then they will declare. So they gave us a clear definition of where they were, i.e. they had finished all their work. They just need that protection to pronounce what exercise they had undertaken. We went to sleep. The next morning, they had changed the narrative. What could we do? We must still stand at where we stood yesterday. If we also flip-flop, then we do not know what we are doing. And history will come to bite us that you flip-flopped. That was not expected of a group of your caliber. And so we said no.
But have you not flip-flopped though? Because it's the same EC whose decisions, I mean, in previous years, you welcomed. And this time you were against the decision of the EC.
Situate your question very well. Flip-flop where? In what manner? In what sense?
And in your support for the EC.
Oh, I said we follow principle. If EC did something and it is genuine and it is proper, why can't I say it? Why shouldn't I say it? That is not flip-flopping. But on a subject matter, which we say no, we will not go for a rerun. We believe we have won the election squarely. Declare for us. Like I narrated, events leading to the disruption are all criminal. Nothing has happened to that. You haven't pursued it. And you expect me to believe what you want to do? Do the necessary, take the necessary steps to assure me that you mean well. You had all the protection. You came to us in Parliament. You told us, our representatives in Parliament, you met. You told them what the situation was. What changed? That's why I said, maybe they lost their spine when Mr. Esiodun Ketia, Honorable Esiodun Ketia, made his commentary on another network elsewhere that they are not fit for purpose. And I'll tell you a very simple thing.
Right.
They are feeding into that narrative. And like Elvis said, if tomorrow ADC decides that we think that this EC must go, which has been their mantra, which has been a campaign statements they have already said, even if the People's Chief Justice today, they are treating the People's Chief Justice this way, what do you expect of them to do with the Electoral Commission?
Right.
And so for me, I will not say we should go for the election. I've seen it before. When Kojo and I went into Parliament, our brother Baba Jamal had a similar issue with my late colleague, the late Dr. Kofi Asare.
Right.
Asare. He was Kofi Asare was had an election with Baba Jamal at the same time, and it went. That was 6 polling stations. It wasn't 3, and we had to do a rerun in Akwitia. But that's a different situation to this, and so we will not go back on our words. We just have to stay where we are, and we are not going to run the election. We won't run the election. EC must declare, followed procedure. Court gave orders that go and declare. We have nothing has changed. That order must be respected, and we should all believe in that.
But can the NPP go back to court on that order? The
We
EC's
try to
failure-
injunct the
rerun.
EC on the steps it is taking. We've been thrown out. We don't have time. The time the EC gave to rerun the election
That's
is what
tomorrow.
exactly. Court processes. Who is going to file? What expeditious time would you have for the court to take a
But this
decision?
was done ex parte, the injunction application.
Are we supposed to just be going to court because we believe we have good lawyers? No. If you take a decision, be quite consistent with yourself. Other than that, what you used, what I said, it says sometimes we flip-flop. People say, these people, they are not consistent.
Right.
We ought to be consistent.
Right. Let's take a few messages. It is shameful for the EC to rerun 19 polling stations in Ablekuma North constituency. The NPP candidate has been cheated. It's a clear case of robbing Peter to pay Paul. This is Ahmed from Nima. This one says, I fully support the decision by the NPP to boycott the rerun of an election they believe to have already won. How many floating voters will vote for an MP from an opposition party? What has happened will surely repeat itself when the tables turn. This is Sergio Baba from Bogatanga. With this U-turn by the EC regarding a rerun, they have not proven against someone's assertion that they are not fit for purpose. That's in quote. And I maintain that they have scored an own goal because both the NDC and the MPP will cite this decision as evidence of their incompetence. Pascal Dunyo from Afife sent that. This one says, good morning, Nana. I am Daniel Kwesi Che Eshan from Nsawam. The NPP has taken a good stand on decided not to partake in the rerun because legally the EC is not obeying the rulings of the Supreme Court. Right, keep your messages coming in. The show is very interactive, so we'd like to hear from you. Honorable Edwards, your final take on this Ablekuma North matter.
Well, I think I've made my point. Just that I'm listening to Elvis trying to impugn criminality to the NDC. This is what I won't take lightly at all. Because you have no, or he has no evidence that suggests that any NDC member was involved in some arson and all of that. It's a very serious allegation to make on this, and I want him to withdraw that because it's not the way to go. You understand? If you have an evidence, you present it to the police. I believe as a senior journalist of your sort, your words carry weight and all of that. So if you have that evidence, present it to the police. Let the culprits be pursued, and then let's get justice for our state. You understand? But with in the absence of all of that, evidence and whatever, if you sit on this platform to impugn such criminality on no other party but the party in government, I think it requires that withdrawal. I think it's important. Number two, to also suggest these are two parties dealing on their issue. To try to rope in government. Government in what sense? How does government come into this? This is the EC, this is the court, this is NDC as a party, and this is MPP as a party. So to get to, like someone is remote controlling someone, who is doing that? In the first place, who appointed the current EC heads? Okay, and this party chairman statement that he made about the fit for purpose issue, this man has been consistent. This is the same man who was at IPAC meetings where he was gagged for just making a certain statement and all of that. So he has had a certain view already of this EC. And I don't see where the deviation comes from. He has been very consistent with whatever he's been saying with this particular EC.
Right.
So where is the shift? That suggests
perhaps the difference is that saying it in opposition does not wield as much power and that is not much of a threat at saying it.
That is where the EC should have envisaged that a party in opposition is as strong as a party in government. And a party in government is as weak as a party in opposition. Sorry.
Very well.
Do you understand? So this is something that should crowd their mind. That when you are at IPAC and you see your colleague who may not be in power today, seated across, your mind should tell you that one day this man will be sitting on this other side and wield a certain power. And that one who has power today and is flaunting it could also be on the opposite side tomorrow. Right. So it is for you, the EC, to be consistent and straight. So that you don't shift at the whims and caprices of any of the people who sit across your table. That is the way I think the EC should do its work.
Right.
And so today, where we find ourselves is that the NPP now is beginning to sing the same song along the NDC. We saw these things coming. We could tell that, look, these guys from the precedents, they said, this is where they are likely to end with us. We started touting it. And we were painted as, you guys, you complain too much, and you are this, you are that, you are this, you are that. Now it's biting them. You see. So let's all navigate towards consistency. All of us as political parties, let's navigate towards consistency so that we can seek what is right and what is proper from the people that we are the laws of the state mandate to work for all of us.
Right.
So that we don't get to this flip-flop issue.
Right, thank you. Elvis, a quick one.
City newsroom. NDC supporters besiege EC office demanding Ablekuma North results. This is December 10, 2024. If you go to My Joy, Ablekuma North, macho men burned down ballot papers. In the story, the presiding officer for the Electoral Commission, in the story that I mentioned about Joy, the presiding officer, by name, let me see, by name, this is the name of the presiding officer, Owusu Nkansa, said the place was burned down by NDC tax.
This is what he said.
This is the electoral presiding officer for the Electoral Commission who was supervising the elections.
We cannot verify that.
This is what he said. I'm giving you the source of the information. He granted an interview. That's what he said.
So that's your source.
If you are in this country, you don't know that all the violence in the election was caused by NDC. Are you living in this country? Let's be frank with ourselves. Things that have happened in that class are very bad.
We do not know that. We do not know that. We do not know that.
Nana, don't say you do not know. You don't know what. What I say.
Because no, I'm coming. No, hold on. I'm coming. Let me address this. Let me address this. Elvis, you see, until we are able to say that
I am giving you the source.
Which is the source?
Didn't I give you the I'm giving you the source. The president for the election.
Is he a policeman?
No. Who is he a police authority?
Who is an allegation he has made?
Nana,
please.
Nana, we are
you
talking about
are too advanced for this kind of thing.
Listen.
You are too advanced for this kind of thing. No.
I will take it, and I will say it any day, anytime.
Let me handle it.
I will say it any day.
This is so irresponsible.
It is NDC.
So irresponsible of a senior journalist of your caliber.
Elvis.
It is NDC, and I maintain so.
These are your words.
What kind of?
And I'm giving you sources.
And we will take you on.
Yes.
Trust me.
These are your
We will
words.
take you on.
I take me on. I don't have a
We
problem
will
with that.
take you on as a political actor.
Do it.
You can just come and say and throw it around.
Let's make progress.
Who gave you that authority?
And I say
Let's
that
make
it
progress.
is
Let's
NDC
make
people who
progress.
want to
Let's
bend
make
that
that
place.
These are your words, not ours. So let's move
So
on.
why are you stopping from saying what I have to say?
That's why I said let's move on.
And
Let's
I'm
make
giving
progress.
you the electoral commission
This is
presiding
responsible
officer.
bravado. It doesn't help in
The electoral
political
commission
discourse.
presiding officer.
This is an MPP person
for the station.
who is a gentleman. You
He is
claim you are
saying
a journalist.
Honorable Swagger.
You claim you're a journalist. Are you a partisan than the man sitting there?
Honorable.
What are you talking about?
But you have made your position. Why do you think that I have to buy
No, I won't
position?
sit here for you to impugn those negative.
But you have said your own. Why allow me not to say what I have to say?
Please. That's enough.
This is the electoral commission.
On your show, these things must not be countenanced.
Elvis. Let's.
What is that?
Why? Am I supposed to be saying what somebody? No, am I supposed to be repeating what somebody has said on the show?
No,
so why are you stopping me? I'm giving you the source. I put that City News that NDC people have besieged the place.
City News did not say NDC.
I said NDC management besieged the place. This is why I quote City News for you.
But on the
on the 10th of December.
Besieged.
And I'm giving you another place. And I'm giving you another one that reported by Joy. And I'm giving you the presiding officer of the electoral commission there.
Right. So it's not a City News.
And imagine
I'm giving you the various incidents. Okay.
Quoting
I'm giving you
somebody who
I'm giving you the
what he's talking about.
The electoral commission doesn't know what he's talking about.
Please.
This is the name, and I mentioned the guy's name. It's on Joy online.
Right.
That says that the people who bend down the place are NDC people. I'm not the. This is the electoral commission.
You are the kind of journalist
the presiding officer,
like what happened in Rwanda.
The presiding officer of the electoral commission. Okay.
Please.
The presiding officer. This is the deputy returning officer for the constituency. Owusu in Kansa. Says the people who bend down the place are NDC people. This is the EC representative who supervised the elections. And this is what he said in an interview. Reported, and it's on Joy News. So what are you talking about? This is on Joy News. They can go and Google it, whether the man said so, whether the story on Joy, whether the man said so or not. So what are you talking about? So if somebody who is the one representing the electoral commission in an election, and events happen, and the person in an interview said that these are the people who did the thing, and I'm referring to it, and you are telling me that I am trying to cause confusion. Which confusion? Am I the one who sent the macho men there? And I gave you the before this incident. The City News also reported that macho men for NDC macho have invaded the place. These are various events that have happened in that constituency. Or City News also saying that NDC macho men invaded the place.
The City News say NDC. Or it said macho men.
Oh, I gave you the thing you are telling me. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? And this is supported besiege EC office demanding Ablekuma North result. This is City News, December 10.
Besiege.
I'm telling you that there are 10 of events.
This man doesn't tell the truth.
Besiege EC
You can't
office.
what you have read.
Right.
You understand it?
What you just read is different from what you are saying.
No, hold on.
I ain't listening or you are just being an NDC emotional person.
I just wanted
I
clarification.
gave you that the NDC supported besiege EC office. That is my City
Does
News.
beseech me?
And I'm giving you the Joy News. The Joy News where the presiding officer.
Right.
I'm not saying that City News who said
No, Elvis, what I'm doing is just to clarify that.
Please.
No,
I gave two sources.
Listen to me.
Don't confuse
I understand.
me.
I'm not
I know what
confusing
I'm
you.
saying.
Listen to me.
I
One
said
second.
City News
Elvis.
says, let me tell you.
Right.
City News says NDC supported besiege that constituency office.
Very well.
That's City News.
But City News did
and
not
I'm
say
saying
anything
that
about
Joy
burning.
News, in the another story by Joy News, dated December 8th, in the story, the deputy presiding officer of the electoral commission,
Right.
at the station there, said the people macho men who came to attack the INDC.
Right. Now I just wanted that clarification that this is not from City News. Very well.
And I'm giving you, so I mentioned the guy's name, and the story is on Joy Online. I didn't say, I said this is what somebody who works for the electoral commission, who was there when the event happened. This is what the man has said. And I gave you the man's name, and the story is online, so you can go and check it. You can go and check it. Events have happened. Somebody who is an eyewitness said this is what has happened. Right. It's reported by the media.
So this is what we reported.
Yes, it's reported by the media. And you are telling me that I am the one who is trying to paint NDC.
So this is what is from City News.
What are you talking about?
Right.
This is what from City News. And I'm telling you that there's another report from Joy.
Very well.
And it's also online. And I mentioned the name of the deputy presiding officer who was there when the incident happened. Who said that it's the NDC people who came to do it. The man's name is there. The report is online.
Right.
So if you want to go and check it. Don't come and say I'm a senior journalist, I'm lying. I can't come here and just make allegations. I'm free to express my opinion. I actually was in this country. I saw the elections. We saw the violence that has happened. I'm free to express my views. If you also have your view, you can express. But don't come and tell me that a senior journalist in Rwanda and anything. Please, I've done my work. I cannot come and teach you how to say on this platform. You are here to defend your party. It's right. Say what you want to say about your party. When I'm making my views, allow me to also make my views.
Your views are irresponsible.
They are not irresponsible. Your views are also irresponsible.
Please, let's
also make irresponsible statement because that's what you are saying. That's what you are saying. What is irresponsible about quoting something that's reported by another media house, by an official of the EC who was there when the thing happened? And when he was interviewed, he said, it's these people who have come to do the thing.
And the burning was at a school.
Yeah,
not at the EC office.
No, in the school. That's where they are coming.
He was there. Yeah. He was there in the school.
Is that electoral commission?
The deputy guy was in the school.
No, he's the one who said that.
That is what I'm saying.
He's there. He was there. The man
that's what I'm saying. Was he a watchman at the school?
No.
Which school?
Deputy president. You as a journalist should let common sense tell you that. Would this man be there when someone is burning a place like that?
You see what you are saying?
So irresponsible and
deputy electoral officer at the election position. Please, you are entitled to defend your party, but don't come in. I am entitled to say what I want to say.
Thank you.
If somebody is not happy, the person can say whatever. But don't come and be attacking me on the show. I will not attack you for your views.
On the position
so if I express my views, don't attack me for my views, please.
Always, thank you.
If your views are irresponsible, I need to let you know.
Thank you.
Don't worry.
Thank you. Honorable Champo, you still remain calm in the stormy waters. MPP's position, final take on it. Tomorrow is the D-Day. Are we seeing you or not? Because the NDC yesterday we spoke to a constituency executive.
We are not overflogging the subject.
He says you people are doing campaigning subtly in the constituency.
We are not participating in the process.
You are not campaigning subtly in the constituency.
We are not participating in the process. We don't want anybody to play with our mind that we are subtly doing whatever. Our General Secretary spoke and he speaks for us. And once our actions is not changed. We haven't changed.
Right.
We are still NPP. We believe we won the election. If the Electoral Commission believes otherwise, they can go ahead and do whatever they want to do. They are writing history for this country, and history will judge all of us.
Very well. Let's move into other matters. There was a vote at the UN. Ghana abstained. This vote was on LGBTQ+. We've seen the reactions that have followed, the controversy that has surrounded him. I'll start with you, Honorable Champo. I'll have you have the first bite on this. We saw the NDC in opposition and what they said, even to the point of championing a private member's bill on proper family values bill that seek to criminalize, if you want, LGBTQ plus activities in the country. You have a platform at the UN to make your position known. We saw how the former president was chastised for not signing the bill into law. What do you make of the position of government at the UN and the abstention from this vote?
You want to know my honest opinion?
Very honest opinion, as candid as you can be.
Deja vu. There's no need weaponizing. Kojo here knows me as a Christian. At least I left Parliament as the Vice President of the Parliamentary Christian Fellowship.
Right.
So when I had left Parliament and I saw my junior brother George was on that tangent, I was a bit taken aback. It's as a matter, how can a Christian state like Ghana, forgive my language, I said a Christian state, I'm a secular state like Ghana, where you have predominant Christians and Muslims. These are the predominant religious faiths in this country, and these faiths strongly either are opposed to this practice, we can sit back, weaponize it against ourselves just for political interest. That is my difficulty, just for political interest. Why should this happen? When it comes, I'm not going to teach anybody international diplomacy, but there are reasons why countries take certain decisions and take certain steps. But I'm not supposed to defend anybody here. But if you weaponize this same narrative and make it a campaign statement and use it against one political tradition, oh my God. Today when it comes, what do you expect me to do? If the champion won't say, and the champion knows right and wants to do right, do you think everybody in Ghana will do what? No. What has been introduced into the system is what is going to happen. That's what I said, deja vu. Because the point is, it was never ever the situation that anybody was going to support these things. At the end of the day, if I want to get away with this conversation, our closest neighbors in ECOWAS, and who are strong with us, have muscle like us with us, is Nigeria. Nigeria voted no in this meeting. The smallest within the sub-region, the Gambia, voted no. Next on our west, La Côte d'Ivoire, voted no in this matter. Burundi voted no. We are all in Africa. But they all come to vote based on, if you attended such meetings, you come to vote based on a conversation with the capital. Right. And here, the minister was representing us at the capital and from the capital. And so he's had conversation with his boss who appointed him. Clearly. And there must be a reason why they are voting so. But the truth be said, if this is what you believed in, and you begin giving an opportunity, don't come and tell me that is an expert and it's an individual, is a person. The person, a discrimination against sexual orientation, any commentary against sexual orientation must always be made. However, do we believe in that? Our community is not a community where we believe in that independence. And we are not saying so because we frown against independence and freedoms and rights of individuals as a country. Our constitution is clear. That's why I would say when it came and they've been pushed to the wall, they hurriedly come and quote the constitution and tells us this is what Ghana's constitution says. Yes, we believe that's what Ghana's constitution says. However, was that your action when you were given the opportunity? My brother Dwasare just said it here. Anytime you are in government, remember that your opponents or your competitors who are standing across the aisle are as good in government as yourself. Right. So they can come to government anytime. So when you were saying so in opposition, weaponizing it, getting the whole country. Look, I was so pained that a pastor who I pray with called me one day and said, oh, Kwame, let me go local parlance. I didn't know yes, sir. This is how this conversation sank in the minds of people. It took me close to an hour to speak with this minister of the gospel that it is not as it is being painted it to be. But when you are in the saddle, too many things come at you. Right. And sometimes it's difficult to get yourself out of it. But this is the reality. I believe in my heart of hearts that nobody would want to go and endorse this thing in this country that we live in. Then you are not Ghanaian. Right. But if you have that moral authority and ability to stand on the high ground and say, you pontificate, this is what you intend doing to us. Oh, good. When it comes to you, do you expect me to come and defend you? I can't defend you. And I'll never do so because you did it too bad to us. Right. Why should we do politics with religion? And why should we weaponize people's own bad habits and choices? You know, a gender matter is your own sense. I know I am male, I am a man. So I present myself as a man. Right. And that's gender. My sexual orientation, I was given birth to by my father and my mother. My father had sex with my mother, and my mother got me in her womb and brought birth to me. Growing up, I've come to experience it. I also have children. And I believe in my sexual orientation that I have to go for the opposite sex because it is that opposite sex that I, Kwame Champon, said I am attracted to. And so my sexual orientation, straight to the opposite sex.
Right.
I don't do any transgender beliefs. I don't believe in that. I don't believe in same sex relationship. I don't believe in that. My faith would not even permit me to even encourage a conversation of that sort.
Right.
But when we allow that to be in the center of a conversation of a political ideologue, oh, Jesus Christ.
Very well, very well. Thank you, Honorable. I'll come to the two gentlemen for their thoughts on this matter, but I need to take a quick break here. This is the news review segment on Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What's better than your bestie? A bestie with blockbusters and bedtime cartoons. GoTV streams your fave soaps, sports, and the loudest laughs. No extra charge, just internet connection. Your shows, your vibes, your anytime, anywhere bestie. GoTV Stream. Download it now.
Hey Ghana, so you people know Miss Brother Man Small. If you knew, it's your boy. Kill them all, kill them all. But this time, I'm not only killing mosquitoes, I am killing the grades. See, this wouldn't have been possible if I didn't have the perfect mosquito-free atmosphere. Thank you, Out Insecticide. And yeah, Out Mosquito Coil. For a mosquito-free atmosphere, trust Out to... You are not serious.
Out Insecticide. So ya boa, faha.
Me pay so dear me jame. Sister me dad dear me chibiana me amshishimi. Akuna ida. Me many tea or somebody me sakana me say. Me ida so tea. Sika, sit there so demo. Juju so mo. Bag de ho dia. Me ba be free. So what you say bag na ma. One na me show. Wow.
Say me nya kwanfo bia na na mo sole o.
Hey!
Welcome back to the news review segment here on Breakfast Daily, live on Channel 1 TV. I have three gentlemen in studio with me. Seth Champong, former Eastern Regional Minister; Elvis Darko, editor for the News Center newspaper, newscenter.com; and the Honorable Kojo Eduasai, former MP at Denton constituency.
MP 3 times.
I'm cold.
It's easy.
Apologies. Yes. But we'll move on to the issue of the vote at the UN. Seth Champo has given his take on it. I'm going to Honorable Swaga to give us his take. We saw the private members bill. Even how we took on the CJ regarding the court matters on this same bill. Now we're in opposition. We say the bill died with the 8th Parliament. We are in the 9th Parliament, 7 months now. Nothing has happened. Just about 3 weeks ago, we saw two gentlemen at the Independence Square doing their own thing. And Ghana is presented with a fine opportunity at the UN to make its position known. Yet we abstain. Some have accused the NDC of hypocrisy in this matter. What is your take?
No, I think that the NPP is running ahead of itself. And I mean, when I say the NPP, I'm talking about, my brother and some of the people who have made their views known on this subject. I'm hearing him for the first time, but I've heard about what others have said. I was on a show yesterday and I heard Honorable in Team Fojo. I think he is more like the arrowhead for on this LGBT issue in Parliament. You see, first and foremost, let's ask, what were they supposed to vote on? Was it to determine whether we are for LGBT or against LGBTQ? Was that the case? But that is the way they've portrayed the whole thing. As if, there was a question about whether Ghana is for LGBT or we are going against it. And we abstained. For that matter, we are being made to appear as if we don't know what we are about. We are hooked in the center, and the way we went about it during the campaign, we have deviated from it and all of that. This vote was specifically on whether or not a certain group by the UN that goes around other countries to, espouse these LGBTQ issues. Their mandate had ended, and they needed to extend their mandate. And this was what the countries were supposed to vote on, and we abstained. How does that become a position on whether or not we support LGBTQ or not? You see, so this deviation is what we are rather discussing. Is it lack of simple understanding of the facts, or someone is just trying to drag us into or with his own ideas so that we discuss this issue in this manner? I think we are not being fair to the facts. Do you understand?
So you think the vote was more on the protection of individuals from violence and discrimination, and not an endorsement or not otherwise of LGBTQ?
This thing is this. We as a country were given an opportunity by this private members bill to have taken a stand with a law that would have guided or given us the way to go, the decision to make on this LGBTQ issue. This law was passed by Parliament, or the bill was passed, was by Parliament. It was supposed to go for accent. What happened to it? We were told that it was hijacked midstream, and for that matter, stampeded by an injunction in Parliament, tying the hands of the president against signing or accenting to the bill. Was that not the case?
Right.
This thing was held. It was held on and on and on and on until the NPP's era elapsed. And for that matter, the Parliament that passed it, whenever bills like that don't attain the accent, it becomes stale.
Right.
For that matter, the whole thing has to go back if it has to. And I remember President Mahama himself saying that the government is going to take on, instead of letting the private members make it a private members bill, government
should come from the AG's department.
Exactly. Will send it back to Parliament in that form. How then does the Minister of Foreign Affairs go ahead of such a law that is yet to even be sent to Parliament for us to know whether we are embracing it or we won't embrace it? We are like, do you understand?
Now you're coming back to entangle yourself.
Tell me, you think I'm entangling myself, so you tell me.
Because you see, you're asking that without a bill, the minister cannot go and make a vote
ahead of the bill.
But then you're telling us that the vote was not an endorsement of
what is abstinence?
Right. If the mandate of this independent expert is to do what?
No,
basically, it's a promotion.
And what does abstinence mean?
If you abstain, then you do not make your position known.
So how does that make us responsible for anything?
But then your president has told us that now he wants a bill from government.
So the bill will go. When the bill goes and Ghanaians pass it, and now we know which direction Ghanaians have decided to go on this LGBTQ issue. Then when you go and sit in a situation like that, you know the clear way that your government has taken, the clear decision that your government has taken. And then if you're going to vote yes, you vote yes. If you're going to vote no, you vote no.
If the president advocates a bill from the AG's department against something, is that not a position?
We are talking about 200. Then what is the use of the 275 members of parliament?
But at least you know the thinking of the president.
No. I said the 275 members, are they stooges?
No, they are not.
Yes, so what are you talking about?
But these same 275 members had already passed the previous bill. 276 had already passed a bill which failed to get the accent granted in the previous administration.
Yes.
But it's still this parliament that passed the bill.
Yes, it's not this parliament.
I mean, the 8th parliament.
Please, it's not. The parliamentarians have changed. One parliamentarian can take the issue up and go to court and say, I was not part of it.
Right.
That is the reason it has to go through the process all over again. So that the House of Parliament, as it stands right now, will be in charge and responsible for the passing
of the bill.
Do you understand? So you cannot just export it. Do you understand? From the old parliament into the new parliament and assume that if it had been accented to, then it is law for all of us.
Right.
But once it was not accented and it is now a document passed by a certain group, part of whom are not even in parliament right now.
You think if the previous bill had been assented to, it would have made it easier for the minister to cast the vote?
Definitely. That would have given us a clear direction where we stand as a country. Do you understand? Currently, we don't know whether Ghanaians are going to say, oh, we love LGBT, so let it be. Whether
in this country?
I'm just, please, we are doing an academic exercise here. Our emotions should not be invited at this point. We don't know. So, as much as we will all push, and the sentiment I get is that Ghanaians do not like it. So it is like, but it's no law. Let it be law, and let us be guided by the law. That is what I have to say.
Very well. Elvis, your take.
It's another case of politicians being caught by their own wives. That is what it is. Ghana is a member of the United Nations. The United Nations has a group that is going around the world promoting LGBTQ. Their mandate has expired. They say the mandate should be renewed. Vote. If indeed what President Mahama said in opposition, Okujeto, Sam George, the Honorable Intim Fojo and Kuo, and all of us Ghanaians, including a survey done by CDD that showed that over almost 90% of Ghanaians are against this thing. And our existing law is actually against the thing. We are only trying to strengthen it. Ghana has no business of being abstaining. Because already, you made it clear, you the government in power and opposition made it clear. President Mahama said they vote for him today, tomorrow you sign the bill. That's what he said on the campaign trail. Nobody asked him to say that. So if we are a member of the UN, and a body which is promoting something we detest, and you promise that you illegalize that, you don't need a bill to be passed in Ghana before you even send a signal at the UN. You don't need a bill to be passed. Your first signal is where the UN has given the opportunity to say, this thing we detest in our country, I promised to ban it when it voted into office. Now I'm in government. The UN says that body which is going around the world, pressurizing countries to legalize this thing, their mandate, should it be extended or not? You should have said, no, the mandate should not be extended. That like all other countries around have done. The fact that we have not been able to cast that vote shows that we are not committed to that we have said. And on January 14, this year, when President Mahama won elections and sworn into office, Catholic Bishop Conference called on him. He said Ghana does not need an LGBT bill to enforce family values. That's what President Mahama said to the Catholic bishops at that meeting. So obviously, we use things for politics, we weaponize things for campaign. When we get the votes, we come back and realize that no, it's not that simple. The Honorable Swagger said, President Mahama says that he wants Ages Department. That was the same thing Akufo-Addo said, that he doesn't believe in the private members' bill holding the way they went about it, and that he will not sign it. He, as Akufo-Addo, if the bill is to be passed in Ghana, he will want the Ages Department to be the one that works on the bill, for them to look at everything about it and present to Parliament. Now, the same reason Akufo-Addo also gave, that's why he didn't sign the bill. So the position of Akufo-Addo and the position of Mahama is the same. But then, because it was campaign at that time, it was made that Akufo-Addo is the one who doesn't want to sign the bill. It's the NPP who doesn't want to sign the bill. Then this got a vote. You are in power now. Now do what you have promised. And the UN gave you the fine opportunity to send the best signal to say that it's the UN body that is going around the world, pressurizing countries to legalize. So if it is time to say we should outlaw that body in the UN, that is the best opportunity for Ghana to actually send the first signal to say, the body that is pressurizing various countries, including Ghana, to legalize this thing, we as Ghana, we are voting against it. No, we don't want the mandate of that organization to be extended. So the fact that we abstained is a very big issue. That means that we are not committed to illegalizing the thing. Because we are committed to it, the first vote will be to say that that body's mandate should not be extended, should be scrapped from the UN. Because the thing is, this thing is the UN which is behind this thing all over the world. That body that we wanted to legalize, the UN want to legalize or legalize, that body is the biggest problem in the world. That body is the one that go pressing countries through all the UN systems. They are the one going around pressing countries through the UN systems to legalize this thing. So if it's about time to vote and say, no, this body must be scrapped, and you decide not to vote, obviously you cannot convince me that you are committed to illegalizing the thing. And I think it's the biggest missed opportunity for Ghana. Because you see, the Democrats are not in power. Republicans and Trump said this thing is nonsense, should be scrapped. So it was a very good opportunity for us to vote no. Because the powers that to put pressure on us, especially in the United States of America, now says the current government said they are against it. So it gives us that grounding to say no. But I don't know why we are playing dilly-dallying.
Why?
All the ratings agencies, S&P, Fitch, all the rest, in all their reports they are writing about Ghana, they said any attempt to legalize this thing will cost us a lot of money. Because a lot of the funding that is coming to this country, the moment we legalize, all those organizations will not release money to us. Go and read all the releases by Fitch and S&P and they all put it as a danger that our plan to illegalize LGBT in this country, if we should go ahead and pass that law, financially, the powerful people in this world who give money all around, they are the same people behind this LGBTQ, both countries and individuals and corporations. They are the ones behind this LGBTQ agenda. So if looking at the fragility of our economy now, if we make any attempt to illegalize this and we pass the law, we should also forget about a lot of the monies we are expecting from even capital market people. They've warned us. So for me, there is something that we must all look at. It is not only that the politicians don't want to do it, the politicians wish they do it. But they are looking at the ramification from global and international organizations, including those people will go for capital market to go and collect money, because the LGBTQ agenda is pushed by the most powerful organizations in the world, the most powerful governments in the world, the most powerful individuals and richest people. They are the people who are financing all these things. In fact, now almost every corporation in the world that is rich and powerful, you are supposed to indicate what you are doing to promote LGBTQ in your financial statement. So if you are not doing that, even if you go to the market as a business to go and look for money, you will struggle. So the whole thing has a power behind it, and the power is money. The richest people in the world, the most powerful organizations in the world, and most powerful countries in the world are the ones pushing this agenda. And as I said, the only light we have now is that we have a president in the White House who says he doesn't believe in pushing that agenda. And America is the most powerful country to push you on these issues. If the Democrats are in power, we know that we are in trouble. In the previous government, it's the Democrats who were in power. So the pressure they were putting on the government was not easy. That's why the U.S. Vice President came to Ghana and at a press conference with Akufo-Addo in our own Jubilee House, raised the issue of LGBTQ. One of the main reasons she came on that trip is to promote the LGBTQ. That's why he raised it in our Jubilee House in front of our president. So LGBTQ issues are about power and control and money. And those behind it, they are determined to make sure this is spread around the world. They are the ones who finance the UN. And that is why they put that body in the UN. So if Trump is in power and say this is a stupid thing, we should not allow it, and there's a vote that we should scrap that body. If Ghana was really committed, and if we were not scared of the financial implications, we would have voted no.
Have we seen the results of the entire vote?
Yes, you haven't seen it.
Would our votes have made any difference?
It will make, because the point is, almost every country that around us that we saw the vote, we're all saying no, 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 no. I think Ghana and only one country abstained. The rest of them say
everyone said
no. Do you understand it? So the point is, I don't know. Is it that all the other countries are not scared of the financial implications or other things? So clearly, if we have any commitment as a country and a government to send a signal about our commitment to LGBTQ, that we are going to illegalize it, this vote is the best opportunity. Because the body that puts all the pressure on countries around the world to legalize this thing is that body in the UN. Therefore, if it's time to scrap that body, and we couldn't vote and say scrap it, it means that our commitment to this particular LGBTQ law is in doubt. Because then you are allowing that body, if you abstain, and majority votes say the body should be allowed to continue to work. What it means that the body will continue to put pressure on the government of Ghana to legalize the thing and stop the law against it. Because the body will continue to work. And they influence through the entire UN systems and use every opportunity they have, any support they are supposed to give you, they are pushing that agenda that makes sure that this thing becomes legal, or drop the law that you are planning to do to illegalize it. So if there's an opportunity to say we are committed to that, this UN vote is the best opportunity to do it. And the fact that we abstain is a big missed opportunity. And it sends signals to the whole world that Ghana is not really ready to scrap this thing. Because the body that is forcing you to do it, they say vote and say that body should be scrapped. Then that pressure from, at least from the UN, is gone. And you decide that you will not vote at all. What message are you sending to the world? And as I said, for me, it's surprising to me because I saw it that for the next 4 years that Trump will be in power, no government is going to be able to give you that pressure, because the biggest pressure comes from the UN. And the UN is US. The UN have about half of its budget coming from America. So if you have an American president at this time who says that particular thing is against it, it gives her the finest opportunity to be able to also take the same position. At least for the next 4 years we are safe, because there's no way America is going to force us to do that. And so long as America is out of the power, it means that the pressure on us to legalize that is under control for the time being. So our inability to vote no, to me, only sends a message that we are scared of something. And I see it as the financial implications of what we will face if we make that decision. How? Because we are planning to go back to the capital markets. And if the Fitch and the rest are telling you that be careful of this law, and that if you should pass this law, it has financial implications, then obviously you think twice. So sometimes, if we leave politics out of these things, and we take it from a nationalistic perspective, it helps. But because it became a political issue, that is why we are now talking about it in this way.
Thank you. Right, quick one.
Does abstinence add votes to the yes people?
No, it does not.
But
it does not state your position.
No, the way
I just asked a specific question and I needed answer.
But perhaps how the voting system is structured, it could be.
How?
I mean, if you stay out of it, then you don't know
it's
your position.
To the, is it plus to the yes people? What plus to the no people?
What if your no, your abstinence make yes to win? And probably if your no would have made yes to lose. That is what the issue is.
You see,
that's another.
you see, in all voting patterns, apart from probably even with the voting that we do, people decide not to go and vote.
Right. There's apathy. There's abstinence.
Yes. You understand? So, and every position you take has implications. Have we sat back to ask what the implications would have been if we voted yes or no? We haven't done that. We are only talking and castigating based on where we stand. So for me, I don't think we've done so much analysis on this matter yet. We should wait, let the foreign minister come back, listen to what, pushed him to do whatever he did, and let him explain. We can't say everything, but the little I know is what I explained to you.
Right.
So let's not make it look like we have gone to sin at the UN. We haven't. This is a government that is responsible, and we want to make sure that we carry Ghanaians along as the one in the cultural settings that we've brought ourselves up. LGBTQ is no in our settings, and it's going to remain as such.
Very well. You've been smiling throughout.
I want the NC to walk the talk. That's all. You see, I quote I quote the ILGA World, the body of the Geneva. That's where the UNHCR, where this council's meeting went on. I want to quote it. It says, the renewal of this mandate is a spark of hope in a time when reactionary powers worldwide are trying to dismantle progress. That word progress underlined. That our communities fought so hard to achieve. No matter where we come from, the color of our skin, or the faith that keeps us going, we can all agree on a simple truth. No human being should face violence and discrimination. And there is simply no exception to that. With this vote, and I'm going to where I love, with this vote, states showed they can live up to their commitment to leave no one behind. But the last part is my love. We will continue working with the independent experts on sexual orientation and gender identity to ensure they turn their pledge into concrete actions. So now the UN is going to force it down our throat. That is what the last part is telling us. To force it down our throat to ensure they turn their pledge into concrete actions. So that is why when my brother Edwasare is saying that we should wait for the minister, I am surprised. The matter has been decided. It was a 29-4. If you look at the sponsors of this, no country from Africa supported it. No country in Africa supported it. And those who voted against were 15. 3 abstained. Ghana is part of the 3 that abstained. However, we should walk our talk. Once we believe in something, we should demonstrate that this is what we believe in. For me, this is all.
Right. Few messages here. This one says, for once, I agree with Elvis. There was no doubt as to Ghanaian sentiments on LGBTQI+, and our Ghanaian rep should have voted no. The NDC has shot itself in the foot. This is Rex from Ashoman. Every action and comment on the LGBTQ+ matter so far by this current government shows clearly that they simply took that stand for political gains and nothing else. This one says the UN vote was about the question as to whether Ghana was in support or against the protection against violence and discrimination of people who are involved in LGBTQ. Ghana cannot be neutral on this matter. Abstaining from this vote means that President Mahama and NDC endorse LGBTQ+. Well, those are your words, and that is why they are not talking about the bill again. Some few weeks ago, we saw what happened at the Independence Square. What did President Mahama say about that? Honorable Edwasare should come back again. This is Master Planner Junior from Kintampo. This one is asking Elvis. Elvis, as a journalist, could not recollect how the same EC chair declared the presidential election results in 2020 more than 5 times. Elvis, with your exposure, you didn't find that inconsistent? If so, what is more inconsistent than this? What was the position for both the NDC and the MPP then? This is Jeff from Ashaiman. Abstinence from an election is an indication of not having a purpose for doing same. Does government want to tell us they do not have a reason to vote in support of scrapping that body in UN? Pascal Dugnon is asking that. Quick response to that. Well, our time is up. Quick response to that. And then we'll take a brief comment on the final list of appointments.
This issue of 2 gentlemen going to kiss that Independence. Is it Independence Square or Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum?
No, they did a lot of they did Independence Square, they did Kwame Nkrumah Mausoleum.
Are revered national installations.
And what does that mean?
And they are security installations.
By NDC. That's what it is.
That's not it.
That is the representation that is being made. We are, look, behind us. Let's not, these are 2 guys. Go around Osu towards Polygon or areas and all of that. Go and see things for yourself. These are things that are happening every night. It's not only 2 people going to do sport, taking sport pictures.
Is that not the more reason why we should make our position?
So the reason that is being adduced as if someone, the reality things are happening on the ground. And that requires you, myself, and all of us, our involvement to get this thing done. Me sitting here, you see, St. George said something. And I think he should rise up to that occasion. Because sometimes when you play with words, you must mean them as well.
Right.
He said that he will bring pressure to bear on the president to ensure that this bill is passed or accented to. I think that this is the time for that to happen. We all endorse it. I personally endorse it, and I believe that the entire Ghanaian populace endorse it. It's to the one thing that when done by this government will give us a certain mileage on the political, even if we are not in power, Ghanaians will forever, posterity will remember us for having taken a decision for our own future children. Because you see, look, this thing is, if you haven't traveled to some countries, if you go to Brazil, I went to a nightclub in Brazil, and I saw labels, transgender, transvestite, this and that, and then straight. And my own and my eyes, there are people standing by the street, and they'll tell you these are transgender, whatever. If you want them, you stop and pick them and that. They are civil service. Civil service, listen carefully. It's over 90% LGBTQ. Brazil. If you don't belong, you will not get the opportunity to work within the civil service. It's a dangerous thing. It has to be, we should see the danger ahead and nip it in the bud at this point. So, Mr. President, the call is strong. I'm NDC. I love you. I love what you are doing. But please, step up on this particular matter and let us feel the thing done.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, but thank you so much, gentlemen. Honorable Duasai, former MP at Denta, Elvis Dako, editor at News Center newspaper, and Seth Champo.
My condolences to Akwetia constituency.
Yes, Ernest
Yakume. He was such a gentleman, a fellow communicator like myself, and we lost him so badly.
Former MP in Prayaso, former Eastern Regional Minister. Thank you so much. I am Nanatu Boateng. This has been the News Review segment. Stay with us here on Breakfast Daily. We have a lot more coming your way.
Every day, people have money emergencies. Ma, I need my school fees emergency. Mommy, chop money emergency. Emergency. Catch it. I'm in rent emergency. Now, there's a new emergency number in town.
More money, challenge and enjoyment. At the top life we got.
Dial star 770 hash for all your money emergencies and chop life.
Dial star 770 hash for money emergencies and get easy and quick access to your money, loans, and other banking needs. EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved. Still on the old My DSTV app? Time to make the switch. And yes, it's as easy as it sounds. Just download the new My DSTV app and log in as you normally would. Everything you need is right there. Your account, your settings, your offers. It's a smoother way to pay, upgrade, reconnect, or clear errors. All in fewer steps. No hassle, just more control in less time. Download the new My DSTV app, made to make it easy.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there? Zebal won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Watch the latest updates, send us your thoughts, and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese.
Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once more, you are welcome to Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 TV. And as you all know, Nana Tufo actually started the show at 7 a.m., but we are continuing from here all the way down to 11 a.m. My name is Chris Carter.
And I am Philip Nilati, and of course, we're bringing you a lot more on the show from now to 11 a.m., as Chris has said. But have you tried using the Channel 1 News app yet? If not, then I think there's the opportunity for you to download it immediately, because that is where all the gist is. That is where you can get all the information. Mind you, this day and age, if you do not get yourself informed, then you are getting yourself doomed. Because if information is circulating around and you are not privy to whatever is circulating around, then certainly you are not doing yourself any good. So download the Channel One News app now on Google Play Store, and you can get every information in this country and beyond.
All right, and remember that you are part of the show, so feel free to join in at any time by sending in your messages, your heartfelt messages, of course, and also your questions and contributions to the WhatsApp number on the screen, and we will get to read it. And if you are watching us live on YouTube Live, all you need to do is just leave those comments and questions and contributions at the comment section, and obviously we will also get to read it. Still on reminders, remember that the Volunteers TV show is every Sunday at 6:30, and this is brought to you by the Global Volunteers Cup. So make a date with us this Sunday at 6:30 p.m. for the Volunteers TV show with Stephen Kweku Darko.
And make sure that you watch it, because every Sunday it's time for you to just get yourself to be a volunteer and what sacrifice you can make for the nation. But for now, though, Chris, have you heard of the grant that the government has received, some $30 million for the construction of a market at Aplau?
Yeah,
what do you make of it?
I think it's a good idea. I feel like it's a good idea, and then we've seen it also play in a lot of African countries. I grew up in Togo.
Oh, okay, so you are closer.
Yeah, so, and also for the fact that we know some of Togo's majors, you know, market stadiums and stuff, all, you know, were built by grants by the Chinese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so a lot of time people say, oh, it's for the Chinese, it's for the Chinese. I don't know if it's going to happen here, but then, yeah.
Well, if this grant has been given, well, what is also trending is that people are questioning that some projects may have started, and also the $30 million using for the construction of the Aplau market sort of is too huge. But mind you, the amount of money that was pumped into the Kotokraba market is very huge. Also, that of the KJTR market is also very huge. But people are also of the view that the fact that is at a border town is going to serve a lot for the country, and also Votarians sort of will get their share of the national cake. But I think Chris is very much excited about this move.
I'm actually very excited also too for the Voltarians because a lot of times, because they don't have like a major market, they have to cross to Togo. Yeah, you have to cross to Togo to go to Asigame. Asigame is the big market in Togo. Yeah, to shop sometimes. So even people do it from here, but then a lot of people around those areas have to, you know, cross, go to Asigame, because Asigame is not even far from the border.
And how big is Asigame market?
The name is Asigame. That's like the big market.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Inside the big market.
Inside Asigame.
Inside the big market.
Yeah.
So it will be very beneficial to them, and I think it will also help people from the other side to also cross and say, okay, we want to get some. Maybe we don't have these things in Togo. Let's also come and buy in Ghana, in Ghana's market. So it's like, you know, also helping the economy one way or the other. So they bring their money down to Ghana, like we always carry the money to Togo.
So it's not only market, it's going to have other features or components there. Maybe they're going to, as we go forward, we will definitely bring you updates on that particular story, which is the Aplau market, that the government has received some $30 million grant from the Chinese for its construction. Let's move to another interesting one. Not long ago, we saw what was coming from UPS, the University of Professional Studies, where students were asked to conform to the what is prescribed for you before you enter into the lecture hall. That raised eyebrows. People were like, oh, you can't do that as a university. Others were like, no, you need to really dress well before you enter the lecture hall. Today,
it's still raising eyebrows, though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You still have issues with that?
Yeah, no, it's still raising eyebrows because there was also an issue yesterday where a student was sent home, a lady.
I think she was in brown.
She was in brown and sandals, and everybody, most people were asking why was she sent home? with what she was wearing.
Some of the comment I saw beneath the post was that
because she wore sandals.
Sandals. Ideally, she should put on a shoe. I don't know how you people term it.
Yeah.
Yes, but looking at how professional it should be, that is how the outfit or her appearance should be putting on a shoe. But then again, well, this institution has stated categorically that, well, this is what it wants to do. But now it's in the news for a different reason altogether. It's about a public university hostel in Ghana, and a picture of UPSA is what is going viral. People in other countries are also saying, oh,
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
Yeah.
Why they are comparing to Ghana?
It triggered them. It triggered the Nigerians. It triggered them in I wouldn't say in a bad way, in a good way, because right now they also want the same thing. Right now they are questioning their institutions. Right now they are saying, if Ghana can have this sort of hostel for their students, why can't you also give us something great? It doesn't always,
5-star hotel.
Do you understand? It doesn't always have to be that you have to probably be in a private or a very high-end university before we actually get these amenities. Ghana can have, like, if Ghana can have it, why can't we have it? So yeah, I think it triggered them on a good way.
Oh, okay.
Like in a good way, actually, because now they are being asking questions.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For me, I think that it's a good thing if the students are getting value for money. It's a very good thing. But also the question of maintenance, it can look very beautiful from the beginning, but as it goes on, it's going to look like in the next 6 months or a year or two, how that particular structure will look like. So
yeah.
maintenance is key.
Will all the lights still be working? Will the greenery around there still be there? Will
the washrooms
still be in good shape? And the paints, how many times are they going to paint the walls in a year? Because obviously we know that when the paint start peeling, nobody cares again. You understand?
Yeah.
But
so
yeah,
it looks flashy now, and the Nigerians are jealous. Well,
very jealous.
We allow them to be jealous for once. At least maybe they can also fight for something like that in their country. There are some comments on this. We can just bring them to you. So on the screen, you can see Nigerians would think, say, na Dubai.
Somebody said, thinks in our AI.
Somebody say, if you see...
UNN hostel, here go catch you. That's University of Nigeria in Nsukka.
But someone has written there, owned by Igbo man. Yes.
LOL.
LOL, yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So at least the UPSA it's in the trends for a very good reason. The final one that got a lot of people talking is sports. PSG Real Madrid in the FIFA Club World Cup. And I don't know why Real Madrid will allow themselves to be humiliated by PSG like that. Like 4-0. Why? Oh, PSG, Real Madrid, they weren't on the field at all or trying to play, or they just allowed themselves for PSG to just humiliate them.
It happens.
Oh no, 4-0 is too much.
It's sports.
Game of chance.
Yes.
No, you should prepare before you get onto the pitch.
Who knows? They were probably prepared than you think.
Wow, this is humiliating for me. So, PSG will now meet Chelsea for the finals. Let's look at how that is going to play out. Will Chelsea give PSG 10 or 8 or 6? Or PSG is going to give Chelsea 4 or 2 or 1? But we have the sports guys here later on the show for us to have a lot more conversation on these issues. So that is what we have for you here on the trends. Let's bring you the video of the day. I think he was deceived.
Yeah, he is. You know, this just will make his trust issues go higher.
Yeah. Now he's going to deepen his trust issues. Yeah. He's going to fear people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I pity him.
Very. Anyway, that's the video of the day for you. Let's bring you our artists in studio to serenade us after we have a conversation with him. Mr. Brown, enjoy.
Yeah. Oh, na. Mr. Brown music. Alongside Odikro Bakope. Yeah. Hey, Bon toss. Obolo. Anything I want, they give me overload. Nyamiami somo no. Also no say obia say my God you be. Hey, Obolo Shokoto they give me overload. Debia no pa me sorry nije kwa. Tina me somo no. Ose mi ambi a shemimba pono mo. Sugar my cocoa butter my panono. Onya me do me tina debia me somo no. Oh yeah. Tina me somo no. Ose mi ambi a shemimba pono mo. Sugar my cocoa butter my panono. Onya me do me tina debia me somo no. As I hustle for the paper, I go talk to my God for my favor. See my enemy for year, you for day. This now my year, me I never go to lose God. As I follow you, I never go to me. Anytime I'm hungry, it be you there for my belly. But God, they bless me, they do one every second. Call no shishi, second. Boji kwe play. Kami say, manche mi a manche, sumo mi da, boji kwe play. Kami say, manche mi a manche, sumo mi da, Bon toss, obolo, anything I want, they give me overload. Bon toss, nyamia me sumo no. Also no sin you be as my God, you be. Obolo, shokoto, they give me overload. Debia no pa me sorry, enije, tina me sumo no. O se mi yam bibia shemimba pono mo. Sugar my cocoa butter my panono. Onya me do me tina debia. Oh nana, tina me sumo no. O se mi yam bibia shemimba pono mo. Sugar my cocoa butter my panono. Onya me do me tina debia me sumo no. Oh yeah. Bon toss, energy. Bon toss. That's right. Bon toss. This year we don't want any bad mind. Just think good, and good will come your way. That's right. Mr. Brown says so. Why you they do me so? Making us spoil my name if you don't know me. Why you they talk about me? Making us spoil my name. Every day I do my best. Reputation not be easy, not the for market. If I know the ball, not the miss and not the vex. Everything I get, I the hit and from my chest. Oh yeah, me tell them, your money. It not be everything where they get time. Every day I they work hard. I know one day it go better. In a metumo kakalika. She hamenya putumpata alakabuke danke shika. Kono male no you ain't on fire. Why you they do me so? Making no spoil my name if you don't know me. Why you they talk about me? Making no spoil my name if you don't know me. Every day I do my best. Reputation not be easy, not there for market. If I not the ball, not the miss, I not the vex. Everything I get, I the hit and for my chest. Oh yeah. Yetio, koka. Mejumane kokonsa. Fire burn evil mind, we try pull it down, we no go back. We think positive, then try pull it down, but still we dey grind every day. We just they succeed, we tell them, your money, it not be everything where they get time. Every day I dey work hard. I know one day, kakalika. She hamenya putumpata alakabuke danke shika. Kono male no you ain't on fire. Why you they do me so? Making no spoil my name if you don't know me. Why you they talk about me? Making no spoil my name. Hey, yeah, every day I dey do my best. Reputation not be easy, not the for market. If I not the ball, not the miss, I not the vex. Everything I get, I the hit up on my chest. Oh yeah, hey, your money, your money. Your money, yeah. Mr. Brown again. Oh yeah, Mr. Brown again. Oh yeah, that's right. Now, if you want a testimony today, I can assure you that if you believe, you'll receive. That's right. Hey yeah, hey yeah. Oh na 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 na. Oh na 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 na, oh yeah yeah. We go to pray to God every day and tell Him to make a way where there seems to be no way. Heradi shiramie, na me frewa Jimmy swear. Oh yeah. Make this life a better place for me. Hey, heradi shiramie, na me frewa Jimmy swear. Oh yeah, oh yeah. No one knows tomorrow, so I'm never gonna give up until I see my testimony. Na na na. Hey, until I see my testimony. Until I see, yeah. Oh na na. Until I see, yeah. Oh, till I remember back in the days in Liberia. Hey, you go there, wake up with the sound of a gun and go to bed with the sound of the same gun. See, but still God chose to protect me and my family. Hey, that's why I've come to give you my testimony, oh God. See my testimony, I give you my testimony, oh God. My testimony, oh, we gotta pray and pray to God every day and tell Him to make a way where there seems to be no way. Hey, heradi shiramie, na me frewa Jimmy swear. Oh na na na, make this life a better place for me. Hey, heradi shiramie, na me frewa Jimmy swear. Oh yeah, no one knows tomorrow, so I'm never gonna give up until I see my testimony. Na na na, this now my testimony. Hey, my testimony. Oh my God, give me testimony. Oh yeah, my testimony. Na na, this now my testimony. Hey yeah, my testimony. Break it down. Ya na metina se na me kai kani ko ishada sorry na ye konja me ahuma chimpa ye na me din kenya ne eto wo sorry no mu de tuntun nya me na chedia me ye me tight before tro na me preachy and on the shy ebi to me will forgive obo me and no go fight e bia me na be a bar bro that me side. We gotta pray to God every day and tell Him to make a way where there seems to be no way. Hey, heradi shiramie, na me frewa Jimmy swear. Oh yeah, make this life a better place for me. Yeah, heradi shiramie, na me frewa Jimmy swear. Oh yeah, no one knows tomorrow, so I'm never gonna give up until I see my testimony. Na na na, yeah. Whoa, hey, my testimony. Oh my God, give me testimony today. My testimony, na na. This now my testimony. Oh yeah, my testimony. Oh my God, give me that. We gotta pray to God every day and tell Him to make a way where there seems to be no way. Heradi shiramie, na me frewa Jimmy swear. Oh na na, no one knows tomorrow, so I'm never gonna give up until I see. Yeah. Oh na na na, this now my testimony. Hey yeah, my testimony today. Oh my God, give me testimony today. My testimony, na na na. Oh yeah, oh na 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 na. My testimony. Oh my God, give me testimony. Yeah. One more song. The title is Hard Work. If you work hard, anything you want to achieve in life, you have to work hard at it. That's it. Right. Ejuma, yeah. Hey, if you want make come, you for work hard. Oh. No shortcut to heaven, you won't buy mansion. Work hard. Oh. One day you go make come. Anything you they want, you for work hard. Oh. No shortcut to heaven, you won't buy Bugatti. Oh na. Hey, so me tell them, go get the money, you for make the money. Tomorrow morning you for chop money. Go get the money, you for make the money. The mountain top, you be there, we go jolly, hey. Go get the money, you for make the money. Tomorrow morning you for chop money. Go get the money, you for make the money. The mountain top, hey. Boy, asemabo, kofia banchina yachino, kopia jumaya usino, shenim gwasia wakofabo, eh, juma, biya juma, as long as he be clean, juma, boy, juma, biya juma, as long as he be clean, juma, hey, kochu, oh yeah, one brown you for not the booze all day, my party cause time all day, no delay. We dey pray every day, we dey hustle every day. Jaja show us the way, make we make the money. And mama time for stream you, we quite mom you, Kani and Sheshi. And I believe, say, and I know, say definitely one day it go be. We tell them, go get the money, you for make the money. Tomorrow morning you for chop money. Go get the money, you for make the money. The mountain top, you be there, we go jolly, hey. Go get the money, you for make the money. Tomorrow morning you for chop money. Go get the money, you for make the money. The mountain top, you be there. Boy, asemabo, kofia banchina yachino, kopia jumaya usino, shenim gwasia wakofabo, eh, juma, biya juma, as long as it be clean, juma, boy, juma, biya juma, as long as it be clean, juma, kochu, oh yeah. One brown you for not the booze all day, my party cause time no day, no delay. Mr. Brown Music alongside Odikro Bakupe.
Hello, Mr. Brown.
Hello.
Nice one. So much energy on a cold morning. That's nice.
Thank you.
I think we needed that. Anyway, you are welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you so much.
All right, why are you called an Afrofusion artist? What is Afrofusion?
Yes, you see, because I do a lot of genres. I can't say I do reggae, I do hip hop, I do dancehall. So I brought all together. So the African feeling is there. Then you can hear a bit of high life music, hip hop, reggae. So all together it's called Afrofusion.
So you rap too?
I rap too.
Wow. So when did you realize that you had so much talent and you didn't want to waste it, but rather share it with the world via music?
Right. So you see, after COVID, people had to discover things within themselves because you were home doing nothing. So at that point, I got that urge in me that there's some passion in there to write.
Oh, okay.
So I wrote about 10 songs during the COVID time.
Right.
That's right.
Okay, so you were writing then, but how did you realize that, okay, apart from writing, I can sing? Was it that you were singing in the bathroom and you were like, oh, this is it, I can probably sing?
All right, so for singing way back in church, when we were growing up, I was a church boy.
Oh,
I used to play.
You were a church boy?
Yeah, I were.
So what is now? You're not a church boy? You don't go to church no more?
No, I go to church. But when I say church boy, you see, you are there on Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays for choir practice, evening service, teaching service, youth meeting. You know, those times we're going for all the activities.
Right.
So those times I call myself church boy.
Okay.
But now with work and other things involved.
Right.
It's very difficult to do that.
Okay, that's nice. That's nice. And okay, I'm sure you've been performing in places. And how do people actually receive your music? All
right, thank you for that question. Actually, last week Friday we launched my maiden album titled Testimony at Zen Garden.
Right.
Yes, and then believe me, it was a great performance. The album has 15 songs.
15.
Yes, 15
1, 2, 3,
songs.
4,
1, 2, 3, up to 15. And you see, we couldn't perform all the songs at that very place. So my fans are calling for another show.
Right.
Yes, they love the energy, the stagecraft.
Right.
So I believe this year, somewhere in November, we'll come back with another big event.
All right, so that means you've been doing this from 2020.
Yes, actively.
Yes, actively from 2020.
But I've been singing from, childhood.
Okay, all right. From 2020, and you have fans already. That's
Yes.
nice. So, what are your numbers like on, streaming platforms?
All right, so let's say TikTok, I have about almost 9K followers. Facebook, about 5K followers.
Yeah. But
we are still growing them.
Yeah, so your music streaming platforms, are you on any music streaming platform?
All of them.
Yeah.
Spotify, Boomplay, AudioMark, YouTube. You can find my music there.
Yeah.
You just look for Mr. Brown and you can follow me. And
okay, so Mr. Brown has 15 songs right
15
now
songs.
on this maiden album called
Testimony.
Testimony.
Yes.
And if people want to check out Testimony, they need to just follow you and on all streaming platforms, right?
All streaming platforms.
Are there any collabos on it?
Yes, very wonderful collabo. If you know this Ghana's greatest rapper, Obibini.
Obibini.
There's a song with him titled Alone.
Alone.
A very lovely song.
Right.
So go check it out.
Okay.
And also I featured also one Liberian singer called Nikki B, on the song titled Testimony.
Testimony.
Then I have also Kilo Beat on Adapa, and then one more Aputo on the song titled Momo. So I featured 4 artists on this particular album.
Okay, all right. So we will go and check it out. But what's the future for Mr. Brown?
Okay, the future is very, very bright. Combining corporate work with music is very tough.
Right.
Yeah, but the support is there. So I want to say a big thank you to all staff workers of GCB Bank for their support.
You're a banker?
Yeah.
And you're singing?
As well.
Wow. So how do they see you at work?
Yeah, it's very nice.
Do they see you as a star or they see you as a colleague?
I think after my album launch, I'm seeing some changes.
Okay. All right.
The reaction is not the same.
Okay. I can imagine. So you are at work, you're counting money, and you're like, a Jew man, right? Things like that. Anyway, it was nice talking to you.
Thank
it was
you
really
so
nice
much.
talking
Thank you
to
so
you.
much.
And people should check you out, definitely. So what's your social media handle?
So Mr. Brown, M-I-S-T-A-H, that's for the Mr. It's not M-R. M-I-S-T-A-H. The Brown is B-R-O-W-N.
Yeah.
I want to thank my fan base.
Yeah.
We call them the Aputumpata movement. That's that's my fan base.
Right.
You can find them inside La Paz, Medina, and then also Awudome.
All right.
Thanks for the support.
Okay.
God
the
bless.
Aputumpata
movement.
Aputumpata movement.
When I say Aputumpata, you say Wafamanke.
I hope the Aputumpata movements are actually
so
watching.
So when I say
right
Aputumpata, you say Wafamanke. Do you speak Ghana?
No, but just say it.
Okay, Aputumpata.
Wafamanke. That's it.
That's right.
All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking to Mr. Brown, and all you need to do is go out there and support him as he's just starting his journey. And definitely he's going to need all your support to blow out. And definitely we also want to help each and every one of our, young upcoming artists to grow up. So when you go out and stream their music, that is one way you actually support them to be known out there. So follow Mr. Brown on all streaming platforms and also on social media. And also a big shout out to the Aputumpata movement. And of course the GCB bankers, they're watching you right now.
Sure,
all right, are you going back to work?
I'm on leave. I'll be going
You're on leave. All right, thank God he's on leave.
Yeah,
but anyway, let's take a quick break and we will be right back with more.
You see and hear the gunshots almost every day of your life.
In Cape Town, 79 children were killed in just 3 months. A community fights to stop the violence. But is there a way out? BBC Africa Eye, inside Cape Town's gang wars.
This Sunday, prepare for a divine encounter. Daybreak Davis hosts the deeply anointed and ever dynamic Reverend Pajo Makwe on Adoration, a powerful time of spirit-filled worship and praise like never before. Tune in and experience the overflow as he ministers under the unction of the Holy Spirit. Let every heart be lifted. Let every soul be renewed. This Sunday at 10 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Don't just watch it, experience it. Adoration, where the presence of God is real.
All right, and grateful that you join us here on Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV. Let's continue with the show. We are bringing you something interesting on the show now. Maybe you've thought of it or you've not thought of it. A platform that gives you the chance to speak your mind, for you to learn a lot, for you to engage professionals. And this is going to the University of Cape Coast on the 17th of July, 2025, next week, Thursday, is TEDx UCC. And in studio is Tepsin Haruna Mohammed, who is the organizer and licensee, TEDx University of Cape Coast. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
And also we have in studio Akinola Akindule Martins, who is a sales and marketing manager for Asanka. How are you?
I'm very good, thank you.
When you say Asanka, I know Asanka. We will come to you. When we say Asanka, is that the earthenware or the dish or whatever is it a sand-like dish that we use for the food?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that is what we know.
Yes. So it's something similar, but this is an edtech solution, so educational technology solution. So why we likened it to Asanka is because it's an acronym.
Yeah.
It actually means all subjects and new knowledge access.
Oh.
So Asanka.
Asanka.
So anything you want to learn about in terms of the educational space, you can actually get it on the Asanka.
On the Asanka. Yes. Okay, fine. We will come to details on the Asanka. But now let's talk about Haruna. You are the organizer for TEDx UCC.
Yes,
someone will be asked, what is TEDx all about?
Thank you very much for the question. And my regards to this, looking at live. Yes, TEDx, it's a global platform. It's more like a grassroots initiative from TED. TED is an acronym for Technology, Entertainment, and Design. And I know most people have heard about Tech Talks. So this is happening all over every year, annually at Vancouver in British Canada. And it's all about ideas. What you can share to empower people that can cause change. People can be motivated, being inspired. That is what we believe in. And we believe that ideas is able to transcend to people and move. So there is a global event and then there has a grassroots event called TEDx. So the X there means independently organized TED event. And it cuts across globally. And we have our base at the University of Cape Coast. And I'm the organizer. So we call ourselves TEDx University of Cape Coast. This is a university event. That's why we have the university. We have TEDx various formats in communities like TEDx Lashebi, TEDx Accra, and we have the university one, so we call TEDx University of Cape Coast. And essentially the same agenda with TED, sharing ideas on a short presentation on stage to empower, inspire, and cause change in movement.
Rightly so. So this time, what you are doing on UCC campus, is there a theme for that? And if you tell us the theme, what inspired this particular theme?
Yes, thank you very much. The theme for TEDx University of Cape Coast 2025 is doing what we do best. Doing what we do best. And I think it's self-explanatory, right? What motivated the theme was after our first event in 2024, TEDx University of Cape Coast, from chrysalis to butterfly, where we look into how to unlock our potentials. The next phase of the journey was to look at what are some of the amazing things people are doing here in Ghana, and we'll look at what they're doing. It's something amazing. They're very good at it, and they can just do it over and over again. They don't want to stop, and that's what makes them good. And you can look at their pathways where they began from. It's such an inspiring moment. So we just want to look at these people, where their journey, where they began, the stories, the idea. the creative that's behind what they're doing. So we put it together, and then we put it together, making it called doing what we do best. So essentially about these individuals, this amazing person doing amazing things that they can just do it over again, causing passion and inspiring people in community.
Beautiful. So looking at the theme on board, the what we do best, which people I bring into TEDx UCC, and how many are they?
Sure, thank you. Quite, a lot of ideas in Ghana now. So this year we were able to jump a bit to 15 speakers now. That should tell you, 15. No, 1-5. Sorry, 1-5. So this should tell you the amount of ideas and the great people we have in Ghana. We're looking somewhere beginning from home, Omar Sanda, who has been doing amazing from his story where he began to become this journalist globally. It's becoming an amazing thing. So I think we wanted to look at his ideas to share. So we also have Comfort Okran, Springboard Virtual Foundation, who's been doing amazing things about youth empowerment, right? We have our own professor, Dr. Sobri Yabua at the University of Cape Coast, who is a medical researcher and is doing amazing things. She's a microbiologist as well. We have quite a number, not maybe to mention also, we also have, somebody like Jesse Sunkwa Mills in animation. I'm sure we've heard about the Guardians or Asantewa, the story. Yeah, he's also participating. And quite a number of them. I mean, a lot of them coming up for this year's event.
I wish I can be there on Thursday so that I can experience it.
Indeed.
But what really influenced the decision to select these kind of people? Because you've spoken about journalists, people in the tech space.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Really.
And I'm truly amazed you said that, it's called diversity, and that is what we believe in, this central idea, but we have very diverse form. So it's kind of the same message, but these are amazing people. But why these amazing individuals? And the thing is about, that goes back to the theme. What are they doing? And you look at their Jesse Sunkwa Mills, someone who is doing amazing in animation, creative. I mean, it's so at times unfortunate to go to TV, you watch some of the animation. I mean, Tom and Jerry and the others are not here in Ghana, and not just only that. Some of the animation, the landscape is not familiar at home. So he's doing something that's familiar at home in Ghana, and someone in the market, a market that's quite familiar where you go to school, the buses. It's quite familiar. So he's doing amazing. He's putting Ghana on the map. So he's doing something that is great, and then he does it best, and that's why we call him. Not just only that, Prof. Obri Yabua has been doing amazing in terms of human papillomavirus and how there's a cervical cancer. She's been doing research in that. And I think in Ghana here, she's one of the top researchers we have in Ghana at the University of Cape Coast. So these people are doing quite amazing work.
Beautiful. I'm sure you brought Asanka here for a reason.
Yeah.
Why did you bring Asanka?
Well, I think Asanka in Anoka home, maybe it's more like we are coming to eat, right?
Yes.
So like a community bowl. But I mean, Asanka is here to present. They're a platinum sponsor. It's quite amazing for us this year, and I'm very glad and honored to the Prebi group, which Asanka is a subsidiary under. They've been amazing. So Asanka is a platinum sponsor, and we are with them.
Sponsor.
Yeah.
But Asanka, why did you choose to sponsor this event?
All right. So, like I said, Asanka is an edtech tool is one of our products from TechAid. TechAid is actually the company. Asanka is the product. So what we have done with the Asanka is to do what we do the best way we can. And why we want to do that is we want to impact education the best way we can. So it's an educational tool that can be used in the class. It can be used at home. It can be used anywhere. Even institutions can use it to deliver trainings. And the beautiful thing about it is it works without internet. So we know where we are. We're in Africa. One of the issues and one of the main barriers to digital content is actually internet and infrastructure. Okay. So what we have done, and we've done best, is to support these learners, these teachers, to be able to learn, to be able to teach, and even publishers to be able to distribute their content to anywhere, rural, urban, anywhere, without limitation. So doing what they do the best way they can. So we're a platform that allows them to excel at what they do. So students can learn with their Asanka, teachers can teach with their Asanka, publishers can publish with their Asanka, and you don't have to worry about infrastructure. The Asanka takes you everywhere. So we call it smart learning anywhere.
Oh,
that's our slogan.
But definitely, if we are supposed to learn without internet, we are supposed to do the teaching and study and all that without the internet, how are we going about it? Is there a tablet? Is there a phone? And how do you go about the whole education around what we are going to do without internet?
Fantastic question. So what we've done is we've created a device. It's this cute. It's almost like a mobile phone or a power bank. You put it in your pocket and walk around with it. This device can connect to 25 people simultaneously at the same time.
25?
So, yeah, so all of us in this building, in this room right now, can actually connect to this and then consume content. And what we've done is we have aligned those contents according to the GAS curriculum. So it is certified by GAS and NACA. So everything you consume here is educational based from basic 1 all the way to basic 10. So if you have this, you don't have to continue to buy books. If you have 5 children, you can just buy this. And all of them, even when you're not there, they can study and you can be rest assured. Go back to bed, know that your kids are actually learning educational content, nothing on YouTube, not doing any other thing. And then we have, this is the enterprise version of it. And then we have the one we call the single user. Okay, so this is the Asanka single user. So this one allows an individual, just one person. So if you have a child and then you just want one person to have the Asanka, you can give this to them. If you are in a classroom or in a school or you're a proprietor, you can give this. So this is the Pro and this is the Lite. So this is a single user experience. This is a multi-user experience.
So even with this, you still need a tablet, I guess.
With this, of course, you need a mobile phone, you need a tablet, you need a computer, you need a screen, basically to be able to connect and consume all of this. So we have interactive games, we have ebooks, we have exercises, we have all of the content in strands according to the GAS curriculum.
But from what you have stated, is it to the secondary level?
Yes. So basic 9.
Basic 9.
So that's JHS.
JHS.
Yes.
So you've not moved to the secondary level
so
yet?
We're actually working on the SHS.
Okay, and
that is coming soon. Yes.
Okay.
But the good thing about it is customizable. So even if, for example, City, I know you guys do a lot of CSR work.
Yes.
And then you take content and go do a lot of work in rural areas. So if you have content that you want to distribute to very rural areas, we can actually put them on this box, and then you can use this to distribute and then get those contents out to places where there are no infrastructure.
But have you been to some rural areas yet?
Yes, we are in Techima, we're in Wa, we have labs that use our content all over the country, all 16 regions. Yes.
Wow.
In Ghana, yes.
Wow. Yes. And you give the tablet to them for free, or what are you giving for free? Or everything is at a cost, or at a fee?
Of course. Everything that what we have done is we have identified a problem or an issue, and we have created an innovation. That's why TEDx is about innovation and technology. And we've created that technology and that platform for people to be able to access and solve that issue. So now you then need to come and get value. We need to get value for what we have created. So it's not for free actually, but we have conversations with a lot of people and we do a lot of work. For example, we have what we call the EIL, Educational and Innovational Labs, where we're training people across the country in all regions for free to be able to use technology in the classroom.
Beautiful. Yeah. If you just joined us, we are having a conversation on TEDx UCC, University of Cape Coast campus, what is happening on Thursday, July 17, 2025. And in studio are the organizers and also a platinum sponsor. That's how come we are talking extensively about Asanka. But let's speak again about what the TEDx 2025, how an individual can be part of it. Is it that you have to register? What are you supposed to do to be part of this event?
Thank you very much for the question. So yes, an individual must register. It's ticketed, and because we are students, the good thing about it, the student-led organization. So we are students and then some graduates that are putting this together. So the event is ticketed, and to get a ticket, all you have to do is to go to our social media platforms. You can search us and you can get our ticket there, or you can even call us on 020-617-9948. You can also put in a small link if you wanted to do that, which is bit.ly/TEDx UCC 25. That is it. Or you can look through our platforms as well. So it takes you to a site that you can register, and the ticket is going for a cool 49 Ghana cedis for students. And what we're going to give it to you is we have a branded flags for you. This year we are preaching eco-sustainability, so we are making sure that we are promoting eco-system, things that is going to make sure that our environment is safe and then sustainable. So we're going to give a branded flags. We're going to give you drinks and then lunch as well. You have a bag, and then we have 99 cedis for general, which you also have the tote bag and then the flags and then experience
out of the
event.
49 cities.
Yeah, out of the that's no.
That means it's free.
Completely, completely. We just wanted to make it affordable. At the end, the essential part of the event is to let people network. That's our core message. Let people network with the idea that's shared. And I think we have a VIP also going for 199 cities, of which you have the opportunity to meet speakers. As we've mentioned earlier, you will have a tote bag, branded one, the flags, and we also have exclusive workshops that we are also giving to our attendees. So quite a number of them that you can experience.
And at that particular event, you're having a breakout session.
Yes, we're also having a breakout session so that you don't bore yourself out. People will long talk, but I think we're doing it in 3 sessions. So when you move in, we're gonna come for a lunch or a break session where we associate with ourselves, socialize with the brands, speakers, even colleagues or attendees within the event. So we'll be doing 3 sessions, 2 sessions, and then a closure as well.
Is this the first time you are holding this on the UCC campus?
That is not the first time. Actually, we began on, the inception was in 2013. That's when we had the TEDx Cape Coast Education. And then we moved on to full TEDx University of Cape Coast in 2016. And then it's quite a lot of work, actually. It's a volunteering. You don't get paid. It's students. So it's a amount of work. So I think we were started for quite 8 years. And then in 2024, we picked it up by myself organizing. It took me by inspiration as well. I was a full-time inspired student by TED Education. People can also check that out. And TED Ed, it has animation content if you want to learn those with audio visual, if you want to use visual to learn. So I think that's what motivated me in some of the tech talks. You have to apply to be a licensee. It takes a lot of time, 8 weeks for it to be approved if the application is well assessed and they have said that you are well capable to organize. So we did our second event in 2024, 25th of May, that is AU Day, 2024 at the University of Cape Coast at the same SMS auditorium. At that time, the theme was from chrysalis to butterfly, which is unlocking our potentials. We had quite a number of people come in. It was successful. And then we moved on to an initiative-based event called TED Countdown, more about environment and then climate. So we use talks about environment where we partner with Gaio, who sponsored that. That is a Green African Youth Organization. And then EPA, that's EPA Ghana Environmental Protection Agency in Ghana, also joined us to discuss more about the climate change and the sustainability and then eco-friendly. And then this year we had TEDx University of Cape Coast 2025 doing what we do best. And every year we're going to have every annual event. So annual event is going to happen.
A big question I want to ask is, why are you taking this upon yourself to organize this and to get it from where it was to where it is now, and also being a licensee? Is it that you sing something that you think that the youth must benefit from? For that reason, you've taken this upon yourself to assist or to help the youth?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a good question, actually. When I watched this morning channel, when I saw a program called Volunteering. I was amazed because this is the first time seeing, and I think I'm truly supported. I'll always be. Yes, I'm going to be on the TV to watch it every day because
it's actually on Sundays.
It's Sundays. I think 6:30 p.m. Yes, I think people should
and
watch
that is also to you out there. It's a voluntary show at Channel 1 TV, 6:30 p.m. every Sunday.
Yeah, I think people should anticipate that and watch, because why am I doing this? Because if it's not my volunteering act, I think I wouldn't have been here today.
Great.
So it's a ton of work, but it pays. The main essential point is gathering people. What amazing thing to do, gathering people in a room to share ideas. We have been able to, look at the speakers that we have. Edward, Rebecca Osam, Precious. We are putting all these people together to share ideas, and above all, this is what gives me joy. Not just only that, be able to, make an impact, cause a change. It doesn't come with money, actually. It comes with a lot of sacrifice, but with that, it pays a lot.
And most of the people I'm seeing here will be coming for the program, Kafui. Also Joshua Boydo, also James Anotete. I see him a lot on social media. He's been helping. I know Comfort Okraine, who is the wife of Albert Okraine. That is a springboard which I was on sometime. Omar Sanda Amadou, my colleague here at Channel 1 City FM. Professor Dokas, also clinical microbiologist. And also we have JC Mills, who is a creative director. And this man with Pinkberry and Chicken Man Pizza Man.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Christian. entrepreneur.
Crispy.
I think people should really go for this thing because
indeed.
I believe in one thing. What you learn from the classroom helps you even better than what you learn in the classroom. The little things you learn outside the classroom can take you a step further than what you learn in the classroom with your colleagues.
Sure.
So I believe in what you are doing. And also we have Precious Asampua also here. Kwabna Dako is here. We have Peter Bewa also here. Rebecca Osam here, Edward Asari, then Victory also here, not to forget Eldad also here, Eldad Thinker, and Generalist, who is also being part of this program. But Asanka, I'm sure that after all said and done, do you have any package for people who will be attending this event?
Yes, we'll be there on that day to actually educate people more on how to use technology in the classroom and even outside the classroom, like you said. So we will be there to also support the teachers and more of the students to be able to use these innovative ideas to create something meaningful. So the Asanka brand is actually going to be very present. And if you want to know more about what Asanka does, about the product, and like you said earlier, you asked, it's actually very affordable. So you can, with just very small money and even structured payment plans, you can actually get the Asanka to be able to use in your classrooms, in your schools, in your homes, and everywhere you go. So you can go to www.myasanka.com to learn more and then reach out to us on 026-5733-200. When you reach out to us, somebody is always there to pick WhatsApp anytime at all. Somebody is there to listen and respond to your calls. So like I said, 026-5733-200. So we are there, our doors are open. Please reach out. Go to the website, Myasanka, www.myasanka.com. Read more about the Asanka. Reach out to us. Let us partner to impact and improve education in Africa and Ghana and beyond. That's what we want to do.
Beautiful. So Haruna, do you have someone on campus going around, maybe if somebody wants to register or something, if you can share contacts and the details?
Thank you very much. We have our amazing team of volunteers on campus. You can reach out to them. They are students. All you have to do is to go to some standees at the library as well. So we have tickets also going to be available at the library, just to get. But our volunteers are all over. So we can meet us mostly at the library. That's where we can have the basis yet. And you can get it from them themselves. These are amazing students who are helping us throughout this event. And it's great to have them on board.
Before you go, I like the way you speak. Are you a Ghanaian?
Yes, I'm 100% a Ghanaian.
And why did you school in Ghana all throughout?
Quite, should I say, no, I'm going to say that, I've also been schooling in public school, so there's a bit of a private school I've been in. So it's not the first time to bring this up. I mean, it's always coming up that, why am I speaking this way?
Yes.
Am I mimicking someone?
Yeah.
And the thing is, it comes naturally. So that is why.
So is it that you learned it in school or you stayed with?
Actually, I hate that. English, I'm quite bad in that. Oh my great English, I'm so bad in that. I'm so bad in
Anyway,
English.
so that is the organizer and licensee, TEDx University of Cape Coast, Tepsain Haruna Mohammed, and also Aniola Adintule Martin, Sales and Marketing Manager at Asanka. The conversation is about TEDx University of Cape Coast. Make sure that you attend this all-important event. Let's take a break here. We'll be back with more.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, you should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Join
the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
All right, welcome back. It's still Breakfast Daily, and today we are bringing you something new. In fact, we're adding this new segment to the show, so keep on looking out for it every Thursday. And it's called Doctor in the House, where we bring you expert advice to your screen. So do well to sit and enjoy and send in your questions via the WhatsApp numbers on the screen. So today we are tuning in quite literally to a part of our health that people take for granted, and that's our ears. From noise pollution to, cotton bud misuse, to ear infections, and even hearing loss. Proper ear care is actually very essential, but mostly neglected. Joining us to shed light on this vital topic is a highly respected medical professional. Well, initially known as Brigadier General Dr. Nee Obodai, an experienced ENT surgeon, former commander of the 37th Military Hospital, and now the medical director of Roseburg ENT Clinic in East Legon, right here in Accra. Well, you obviously know that he's coming with a word of experience both in military and civilian healthcare. Dr. Obodai is here to help us understand how to properly care for our ear and prevent damages, and also protect one of the most powerful senses that we hear, and that's our hearing. Hello, sir. You are welcome.
Thank you very much.
How are you?
Chris, I'm doing good. Thank you
wow,
very
it's
much.
nice to have you on the show. Because you
Happy
come
to
with
be
a
here.
lot of experience, like I said,
God.
from military medicine and now
That's
to
right.
civilian medicine.
That's right.
Well, you are welcome. So let's just
Thank
get
you very
straight
much.
into it. Let's start with the basic.
That's right.
Why is our ear important?
Very well. Thank you so much for that. Now, the ear, like you introduced, is one of the important sensory organs in the body. It's hearing. Nothing substitutes that. You're either hearing, partially hearing, or you're not hearing at all.
Okay, so you're
We
either
used to
hearing,
say
partially hearing, or not
you're
hearing,
not
at all. Right.
We used to say if you're not hearing at all, then you're deaf.
Mm-hmm.
But the nomenclature is changing, so now we say you're hearing impaired
Yeah.
you can't hear at all.
Right.
Nobody wants to say you're deaf anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what it is. The ear provides that function of hearing, principally. Okay, then balance later on, but principally hearing.
Right.
And we need to care for the ear. Like I said, nothing substitutes it. And then protect that hearing.
Right, right.
Because if it's
so you need
gone,
to care for the ear, and then protect the hearing. Wow.
We'll break it down.
Okay. All right. So, what are the most common ear problems that you encounter during your practice?
I will straight away say that is to deal with wax.
Wax.
Okay.
That's the one that we try to pull out.
The one that we try to pull out, the one that we try to clean and create the impression that the ear is dirty, so we want to clean. Now, the wax is actually produced by the ear.
All right.
Unfortunately, it's brown.
Yeah.
But it's not dead.
It's brown and
sticky. Like grease.
Yeah.
But it's not dead. So if you ask me, I'll tell you straight away, the ear doesn't get dirty.
So the ear doesn't get dirty?
No, it doesn't.
So would you say self-cleansing or it doesn't get dirty? Which is it?
It doesn't get dirty because the wax you're seeing, which you're misinterpreting as dirt, is not dirt at all.
All right.
It is produced by the ear to lubricate the skin of the ear canal. Because when you get out of your shower, I don't know what you use. You put Vaseline, aloe vera, cocoa butter. You're not able to put anything in the ear.
In the ear.
So the skin of the canal
already protected.
Is left by itself. There's no wax. So the wax is produced by the ear to lubricate and keep that skin normal.
Wow.
Otherwise, the skin will dry, it will crack, it will get infected, it will itch, and give you trouble.
Wow. I'm actually glad I'm having this conversation with you here because yesterday when I picked up my earpiece, because I use it for the gym, so I saw the wax around it. I was like, oh my God, I think I need to clean my ears.
Then you think your ear is dirty.
Yes, I saw the wax around it. So I just took it up. I'm like, okay, this is a lot. Now I think I need to clean my ear. So I was tempted to go, you know.
That is where the issue comes in.
I was very tempted to pick up something and put it in my ear. But now, do you see this same problem when it comes to children too?
Yeah, the same thing happens there as well. The same thing happens there as well. And the difficulty in that whole issue is now the attempt to clean. Okay, the attempt to clean now. You mentioned cotton bud.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks so cool with cotton wrapped around it. So it's supposed to be safe. But I've seen people perforate their eardrums with the cotton bud. Trust me. We don't want anybody in your ear.
I felt that for a minute.
I've seen people get their eardrums perforated by use of the cotton bud.
So would you say we shouldn't put anything in our ear?
Leave the ear alone, my dear. Leave the ear alone. Now, the dangerous thing is, apart from the cotton buds, I've seen people use all kinds of dangerous equipment in trying to clean. The ear canal is a cul-de-sac. It goes in like a tube and ended by the eardrum.
Yeah.
There's no U-turn, there's no runabout, there's nothing there.
Oh.
So if you have
just
something in
there.
there, and then you take cotton bud and you heat it, you may touch it, but you haven't removed it. You just pushed it in. So you compact it until it becomes so hard, sits on the eardrum, gives you noises in the ear, obstructs your hearing, then gives you trouble. Apart from the cotton buds, people are using pen tops. The ladies are using the back of their combs. Others are using keys.
Others are using matches.
Matchsticks.
Matchsticks.
Okay.
Oh, give me that matchbox. And brooms.
Broomsticks.
And even feathers.
I had a patient who had a feather in his wallet.
Just for the ear?
Yes. So quite apart from cleaning, using all these dangerous things which can harm you, the worst thing in there is to damage the eardrum, which compromises the hearing and everything, opens the outer ear to the middle ear and creates a lot of trouble.
All right.
Because that is the main function. The eardrum receives the sound, transmits it through the three bones in the middle ear into the hearing organ. Then you can hear.
Right.
If there's a break in there, the drum doesn't vibrate to transmit the sound. you've either completely lost or partially lost your hearing.
All right. All right. So if you're watching us right now, it's Doctor in the House. Remember that you can actually send your messages via the WhatsApp number on your screen, or you can leave your messages right on our YouTube comment section, and we will get to read it on the show. If you have any questions concerning your ear, we have Dr. Ni Obodai here, who is actually an ENT specialist, and he can take us through any of the questions that you would want to get answered. But now, still talking about wax, with the introduction of social media, we have seen a lot of, videos of people performing different techniques, when it comes to the ear. There's even the one that they put is it candle or some fire?
Some kind of wax.
And they're trying to remove it. Would you say that sometimes there are people that deal with overproduction of wax?
Yes, there are. There are people who overproduce. Now, this is the issue. If the wax is overproduced, it fills the canal, and then either it rolls out. Ideally, for the normal production, the wax gets produced, and then it rolls out. One day you put your finger in the ear, and then you remove wax. But if it's produced so much, then we come in. I do cleaning for some. I had a patient who was filling the canal every month. He was producing so much wax.
Is that is that a condition?
To clean?
No. Is that a condition? Is it a medical condition to say that
It's a
your ear
weird
is...
one. I mean, it's not a normal condition because it's supposed to be produced gradually. If I shouldn't feel the canal at all.
Right.
Okay. But we have all kinds of things that happen in different places, in other situations. So you see, no, this is too much.
So how would you
so
know
now,
that?
the ear gets full. It obstructs your hearing.
Oh.
Yeah. If it's full and it fills the canal totally, it obstructs the sound waves from reaching the eardrum. So there's an obstruction. You can't hear because the ear is full.
Okay.
And it prevents the stimulus from hitting the eardrum. But so that is just obstructive. That is different from the other kinds of hearing loss. This one is obstructive. I come in, if it's hard. Look, I had a patient who had wax so hard, you couldn't take it out at once. You can't even wash it out. It's so hard.
So it went from being soft to hard.
I removed wax this big.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you have to break it down. There was a patient that I had to take it out on an operating theater table to actually lubricate, get it down, anesthetize a little bit, and then hook the wax and then bring it out.
Yeah.
Because if you don't get appropriate, that's why I have the other problem. If you don't have the appropriate equipment, you just mess up.
So you shouldn't even try to do it by yourself. Go to the hospital.
Get it done by the appropriate people. Okay, so if it's so soft, it's full, it's very soft, fluid, you could just go in with your syringe and irrigate and wash it out.
Yeah.
If it's a little hard, you can lubricate it, break it down, and then facilitate
Still
the
by
washing.
an ENT specialist, not at home.
At best.
Don't do it at home.
At best.
Yeah.
Because if you mess it up, you still come back to us.
Yeah.
You may have been so bad,
Yeah.
and it creates a lot of trouble.
Right.
So get attention, get it properly addressed, and then it saves all of us.
Yeah. At what point do you even realize that you have actually perforated your eardrum?
Oh, that is
Does
quite
it bleed?
traumatic. It will bleed.
Okay.
Number one, it will bleed because when you hit it, it will give you some pain. It will bleed, and immediately it will affect your hearing. It will be a little hollow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And then you could try it yourself. No, I'm not hearing here at all. I'm hearing better here. So you know. I got a patient who said he couldn't hear. Okay, which ear? Because I'm doing left and right. Which ear? So I was not sure. You can't hear. I said, yes. In which ear?
You don't know.
Okay, fine. So just test it. Okay, I can hear.
Oh.
Simple. Then you know. So you could tell. And then immediately after that trauma, there's problem, there's a pain, there's a little blood on the cotton bud or something, whatever you use.
But can it be fixed?
It can. Complicatedly, it can be fixed. You can do surgery and close your eardrum.
And
it's long division.
And you will get back your hearing.
Oh, yes. If it's done well, and it must be done well. So we don't want you to get there at all.
We don't want it to get there at all. That's my point.
We don't want you to get there
We don't
at
even
all.
want it to get there
Trust
at all.
me, I got a story of somebody who was actually using a toothpick to poke the ear. I mean, for what reason?
Of all things, the toothpick.
Of all things. And the eardrum, let me say, the eardrum is not even skin. It's not as thick as skin. It's just a membrane.
Oh.
Okay, it's a membrane, very thin. Okay.
So it's easy
you can
to actually
see.
perforate
So you
it.
just poke it. It's kaput. Your hearing is compromised.
Wow. So
So
now let's
that's a
talk
lot of
about
trouble.
noise. Let's
Yes,
talk about
ma'am.
noise. Well, from loud music and headphones
Headphones.
to construction zones, how much damage can prolonged loud noise actually cause to the ear?
To the ear.
And also, how can we protect ourselves? Like I told you, like I like to go to the gym with my
Earphones or
earphones, and I
earbuds.
love the music high. I
Yeah.
try to reduce it sometimes, but tell us about it. How does it affect us?
Good. It's so convenient and so cool enjoying your music, buds, phones, all of them. But if you put in on your headphone, enjoying your music, and I sit in front of you here and I hear it, that
That's a
music is too
problem.
loud.
That's a problem.
I mean, it should be so cool. I mean, whoever said that music is enjoyed when it's loud? That thing is so personal. When it's in your ear or on your ear, it should just be for you. If I hear it sitting here, that music is already too loud. And if you have it on minutes, hours, a whole day with that loud music, you're abusing your hearing organ. Okay? Now, there's so much noise, there's so much noise in town, music. Those who are selling, why doesn't environmental health, whatever?
Yeah, the protection
control
agencies,
it?
yeah.
You see, but nobody says anything. And now, if you happen to be selling close to this music vendor, you are on the whole day until he closes.
Yes.
Okay? So the pitch of the sound, the intensity, and the duration tells you how much you can absorb for a time. If you go beyond that, you're now abusing the hearing organ. Until you hit, until now, when you turn on your TV, you have to turn it higher.
Wow.
Because it's affected your hearing.
Now you have a problem with hearing.
You've abused your hearing.
Oh, so you've
organ.
abused it so much with
Yeah,
loudness.
so now it's getting confused.
Ooh.
It's getting hurt. So now, if you have to keep that same level, you have to turn your thing up. So if you turn your TV up, your radio up, and somebody comes and says, "Oh, mama, your thing is too loud."
Yeah.
Go check your hearing.
and you don't even realize that it's too
You might
loud.
not.
So what about
You
people
might not.
that work in, say, construction zones? Like, how do they take care of themselves? Because the noise never stops.
It doesn't stop. Especially the drill,
Yeah.
those pneumatic
Exactly.
drill machines. Now, those ones, the employers are supposed to provide them with earplugs. But you see them, and some of them, it's like macho.
Yeah.
Some of them have them, and they put it around their necks, and then they still drill. So they have the noise impinging directly on their drums and getting into the hearing organ. But they're supposed to have hearing plugs so that the noise goes round. While they're in, they can't communicate because they have plugs in and they have headphones on.
Right.
And that is supposed
So
to
you need the
protect.
plugs and the headphones.
That protects the hearing.
Wow.
Okay, so if you don't have that, you shouldn't be drilling. But nobody is checking anything. Okay? It's just like the welder who has his cook's glass. He puts it down and he's welding and he's looking at the flame.
Exactly. That's dangerous.
Why isn't anybody checking? Where is his master? The cook's glass is supposed to protect your eyes from the flame generated from the same thing. The earplugs and the phones supposed to protect you from getting abused from the noise you're generating.
Right. Okay, so we have some messages from our viewers and
Yes,
there are questions. Good morning. Please, I want to know if using headset for a long period of time can affect your hearing. I think
That
you
is
just
exactly
answered that.
what it is.
Yeah. So we have another one here. Good morning, Chris. What if the ear is itchy? What does that mean?
Another reason why people go in because of itchy ears. Now, why is the ear itching? Okay, is it itching because of allergy? Is it itching because of infection, fungal infection? Is it itchy because the ear is wet, has purulent discharge in there? Okay, so we need to situate it, get to diagnose and get to understand what it is, appropriately treat it, and you're good.
Right.
You have people coming in, putting everything in there because... Oh, do you do that?
But seen people. Not my sister, in fact. So if it's close to home, she does the.
You know, and then the ear is itchy. So anything they find, they put in just to soothe it. You know, with support here and there.
Exactly.
So is it allergy? Is it ear infection? What is it? Get it diagnosed and treated. So then you have peace in that. So that's another reason why people go in itchy ears.
Okay. So Mark from Tessano here is saying, is it advisable to wash the ear at the hospital? And if yes, how often must one do it?
It is advisable, yes, if you need to. Okay, I'm sitting in there now. People call me, can I come and wash my ear? And I'm like, why do you want to wash your ear?
Okay.
Okay, you're coming to consult me, okay? So let me look in your ear. Tell me your issues. Let me look in your ear. And then decide
if you have to,
whether you need a wash or not. So if you come to me straight away, I want to wash my ear. Oh, Lord, please, Lord. Why do you want to wash your ear? Do you have the signs? You're not hearing well? Feel your ear is full? You know, there's something happening in there. Okay, so let's look at it. Oh, you have wax. Oh, you have fungal. You know, fungal debris. You have fungal infection. Okay. You have debris in there, or you have a foreign body.
Yeah.
Look, I got a patient who had 2 cotton balls stuck in the ear. He didn't even know. All he knew was that he couldn't hear well. Why couldn't he hear? Okay, let's look at it. Oh, cotton bud. Pull one out. Look inside again, another one. Pull it out. So I had 2.
So he didn't even realize.
They came off.
He didn't realize it came off. So he just didn't chew it.
Yeah, and they were there. They were wet. They were getting infected, and he couldn't hear. And he had 2, not just 1. In the ear, foreign body.
Can insects go to your ear and die?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I had a patient was standing in queue buying something, and then an insect flew straight into the ear.
Yeah.
I don't know how he managed to locate her ear. Flew straight into it. And that is another complicated issue because it's confusing. The fly goes in, insect goes in, cannot come back out.
Exactly.
Okay, so it wiggles in there, stays in there.
Sound.
Yes, exactly. And it gives you trouble.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have ways of getting it done. Sort it out. Just make sure the insect cannot breathe no more.
Right.
It dies in there, and then we come back and extract it.
So another one here says, good morning, my name is Patrick from Ashaman. I have an itching ear, especially my left ear. If I may ask, what may cause that? I remember I went to the hospital and they gave me some olive oil to be put in the ear. I did that so many times, but the problem still continues.
Remains. Okay. Now, the reason why we put olive oil in there is more, most it's before wax. Okay, that we want to lubricate and make it easy to wash.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not using olive oil to treat fungal infections. So we have to find out what exactly it was.
Yeah.
Is it fungal? Is it just dryness? Is it just part of an systemic allergy, drug reaction, or what it is? So it needs to be well diagnosed, situated, and then appropriately handled.
Right. So another one says, I hear a hissing sound on my left ear. I went to the hospital and it was examined. Both ears were washed. The medication followed afterwards, yet I continue to experience the sound.
Okay. That is tinnitus, noises in the ear.
Yes, tinnitus.
Yeah.
I think I had a bit of tinnitus
you had it before?
Yes, during COVID. Yes,
Wow.
anyway, it was, I think, the whole anxiety, so mine was a bit of mental, mental and psychological.
Trouble everywhere.
So everything was, just too much for me, and my ear was, So, then I thought something was in the ear.
Yeah, you can have noises in the ear. You can have noise in the ear. Some of them also come from the sound we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, go to a function, a funeral, a party, you're sitting close to the speaker.
Right.
It bombards you, you leave with a ringing noise in the ear, humming noise, buzzing noise, whatever.
Yeah, hissing noise, yeah.
Exactly. That is coming way, if the ear is clear from outside, it's coming way from the hearing organ in the inner ear. Okay, the hearing organ is where the whole thing is coming from. So you have to actually also, I don't know what medications they were put on, but it has to be put on and properly treated.
Yeah, because he said he has gone to the hospital, examined nothing, but it's still.
So it's coming from in there, it has to be put on appropriate medications.
Right. Or do you also think that it can be an effect of stress?
Stress manifests in all kinds of ways.
Yeah.
Okay. Stress, lack of sleep, all kinds of things. It can't give you that, but it should be a temporary thing.
Yes.
If it's a permanent thing, and that's another problem. Some of us take we're not able to address the issues promptly. Oh, it will go until it becomes a chronic thing.
Yeah.
Because if I see you in a few hours of it, I see you in a few days of it,
and it's still happening,
you have a better chance.
Right.
If I see you a month thereafter, it will delay the process. Okay? But for some reason, well, maybe I know the reason, we don't attend to the issues in good time. Okay. Oh, it will go. Oh, I know somebody who had it, he went. It will go. Go and get it sorted out.
Right.
So that it's
Kofi,
addressed in the earlier stages.
So Kofi, if you're watching, I think you should go back to the hospital and
That's right.
try to really check what's going on. And Kofi's watching us from Kumasi. We have a message from Kingsley, who's watching live from Dambai. I have ear problem. When someone is talking and that person is closer to me, I find it difficult to hear the person.
Rather? That's unusual. Is it both ears or in one ear?
Kingsley, you have to let us know if it's both
explain,
ear or
because it's
one
unusual.
ear. Yeah.
It's usually when the person is
far
way
away.
out. Yeah. And for those who are not hearing, okay, they're not hearing too well. They're probably partially hearing. Okay. Who are the people who are not hearing well? They're reading your lips.
Yes.
So if I spoke to you and did that, they're totally lost.
Right.
But that is extreme, more or less getting to profound
extreme cases.
hearing impairment.
Yeah.
So they are reading lips. If you turn around and you spoke, they are totally
But
out.
talking about hearing impairments, can it be reversed?
It depends on what kind of
Whatever it
impairment it is.
Okay. All
But
right.
it can.
All right,
With
so
medications and
Sandra from Tema is saying, good morning, Chris. Kindly ask Dr. Ni Opodai whether it is a good thing when bathing and the water stuck in your ear. And what's the appropriate way to address water stuck in your ear?
Very good. Another common reason why people poke and use the Q-tips.
Yeah.
Now, if your ear is so clean, you necessarily need some wax in the ear. I've said that already. Now, if water goes in your ear in the shower, all you need to do is just flick the ear. The water will come out.
Flick the ear.
Just.
So you have to bend the side, okay?
Just flick it. You don't need to go in.
All right.
Okay. So that's no reason. If you have wax in there and it's so much, then when the water gets in there, the wax swells up.
Oh.
Then now you feel full in the ear. So you want to poke and you want to get it out. But get it done appropriately.
Right.
Before you, my main object is the eardrum.
Right.
If you poke it, you're in trouble.
You're in trouble. So good morning. Please, if I don't have olive oil, can I
You want to get it out. But get it done appropriately.
Right.
Before you, my main object is the eardrum.
Right.
If you poke it, you're in trouble.
You're in trouble. So good morning. Please, if I don't have olive oil, can I substitute coconut or soybean?
No. For what reason? Is it hurting because you have pain? Hurting because you have infection? Whichever type of infection? Hurting because you have a middle ear infection which has come through the tubules into the middle ear? What kind of pain do you have?
Right.
So why would you put olive oil in?
Right.
For example, if it's a middle ear infection and the outer ear is clean,
right.
What are you putting in oil for?
Right,
So
right.
it must be done for the real reason and for the good reason.
Right. So we have a last one here, and it's not related to the ear per se, but it's related to the fact that you're an ENT surgeon and, you know, a medical director at an ENT facility.
Okay.
So the person is asking, is it right for an adult to remove their tonsils? It's not related to the ear, but we'll just take this one.
Yeah, that's fine. Once again, for what reason? Okay, for what reason? If you have a chronic tonsillitis, okay, and it's so frequent, you're having to be on antibiotics 5, 6, 7, 8 times in a year. That is frequent enough.
Yeah.
And that is reason, indication for removal.
Right.
So considering that indication, you've had a peritonsil abscess, the whole place is messed up, the tonsils are so huge and hyperplastic. It's a good reason. Chronic tonsillitis is an indication to get the tonsils removed.
Right.
Typically, we remove them for kids who have hyperplasia. We even have situations where we call kissing tonsils. They are touching in the middle.
They're touching each other, yeah.
You have to remove them.
Right, so let's talk about ear care for children.
Yes, ma'am.
Ear infections are quite very common in children, and usually because they are children, they can't really express how they feel exactly, you understand? But what are some of the things that parents should look out for when it comes to the ear and children?
Children typically of school-going age, like right now they're going at creche, nursery kind of thing. That is when they start getting upper respiratory tract infections, where they cough on each other, they sleep close to each other in the schools kind of thing. So upper respiratory tract infections are very common at that age. Now, when you get upper respiratory tract, it goes through, because the tubes are short and wide. There's a tube connecting the back of the nose to the middle ear. So infections from there can travel through the short canals for the kids and into the middle ear, and they get middle ear infections, which can even produce discharges coming from the ear. So the commonest for the kids is middle ear infections as a result of the upper respiratory tract infections that they pick from the viruses and the bacteria they distribute in the schools. Not distribute, I mean, they cough on each other.
Yeah, yeah. All right, so let's also talk about aging. Like as we age, hearing seems to reduce sometimes. So what are some of the things that we should do to take care of ourselves to avoid some of these problems?
If it's with, well, it's not for all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not for all. For some people, yes. If it's with age, that's where we come in. Once again, let's understand what is going on, get it properly diagnosed. Just like I'm wearing glasses to read or to see, we have aids for the ear as well.
Right.
Hearing aids.
Right.
So if it's from, what do you call it, a treatable cause, we get it treated.
Right.
If the hearing is so bad, I mean, it's due to age, you can't reverse that. So we give you an aid, put you on an aid, just to augment the hearing, I mean the sound, so that you can also hear with an hearing aid, just like you're seeing better with the glasses.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. It was really nice talking to you. I enjoyed this conversation. But before I let you go, do you have any final words to anyone watching right now, especially concerning the ear? Any final advice on what people should do and when they should move on?
Yes. Shortly, I'll say that you're responsible for the preservation of your ear and for the protection of your hearing. And again, music does not have to be enjoyed when it's loud. Keep the sound down. Enjoy your music from earbuds or hearing phones and all. Enjoy your music just for yourself and avoid getting into noisy situations. If you get into a function or so, position yourself well so you're not sitting directly in front of the loudspeaker so that you can preserve your hearing.
Right. Thank you so much, Dr. Obodai.
Most welcome.
I really love this conversation. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've been speaking to Dr. Obodai. I want to thank him for those powerful insight concerning the ear. And this has been Doctor in the House. Until next time, do take care of your ears. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komite Kome and this is proudly powered by GhanaWeekend.com. Now to our first highlight. Shatta Wale and Medical have announced their upcoming Europe tour, exciting fans with a bold poster shared on July 9. The Shatta Wale X Medical Europe tour teases stops in Germany and Belgium, with booking details now available. Known for their energetic collaborations, the duo aims to electrify European audiences with their signature blend of dancehall and hip-hop. Now to our next highlight. Senegal has officially cancelled Akon's $6 billion Akon City project due to delays and financial setbacks. The futuristic city, inspired by Wakanda and powered by cryptocurrency, Acoin, failed to progress beyond a single incomplete building. The government has reclaimed most of the land and is now investing in a $1.2 billion tourism resort expected to create 15,000 jobs. Akon will develop a smaller project on 8 hectares, aligning with Senegal's economic recovery goals amid its debt crisis. Now to our next highlight. Lawyer Richard Asare-Balfour has dismissed claims that evangelist Nana Agradaa is not in Nsawam female prison following her sentencing. Responding to allegations by Crime Check Foundation, Balfour confirmed she was transferred after required documentation was completed. He added that a bail application has been filed and is set for court ruling next Tuesday. Urging calm, he assured the public and her supporters that they are confident in their legal processes.
What is the situation now with regards to Madame Agradaa? There are reports that she's not yet been transferred to the Nsawam female prisons. How true is it, please?
That's completely false. She's in Nsawam, and as a matter of fact, I'll be there in a couple of minutes.
Now to our next highlight. The cross-dressing DJ Azonto and his team, the Rolls-Royce family, is demanding $100 million in compensation from medical for allegedly using the phrase Allah, part of Azonto's signature slogan, in the hit song Shoulder without permission. They claim the use infringes on DJ Azonto's intellectual property and brand. Alongside monetary compensation, they are also surprisingly requesting diamond chains and other items, warning of potential legal action if the matter is not resolved. Now to our last but not the least highlight. Ghanaian American singer Molly has responded boldly to body shaming in a viral X post, embracing her figure and promoting self-love. Known for her hit Shake It to the Max, Molly wrote that attempts to shame her only make her and her fupa show up even sexier. Her statement has sparked widespread support and adds to the ongoing 2025 conversation around body positivity and self-acceptance. And now let's check out Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown. Number 10.
Obrami boy yebi wanwa mame ya wede jika kra mi nienti me mani wana obrati mi hunu sami
Number 9. Number 8. Excellent. Number 7.
I know a big man know the ball on me, and I want your face.
Number 6.
It's too late. You lost a good one.
Number 5.
I need some help. Put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool.
Number 4.
Look at that bomb bomb, look at that waist. What a bomb bomb, baby, my taste. What a bomb bomb, baby, my taste. Look at that face, look at that bomb.
Number 3.
But when some holding, so she's not my this. Somebody steal my baby. You know that I carry your love. Into mama go back up, no.
Number 2.
Don't forget about me so soon. I saw it go.
Number 1.
Shake it to the max. The DJ please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Caribbean girl, me know for tick, me know for top. Yeah, man, I watch my body like say them, I watch a match. Yeah, anything him say them, girl, I do it like it's tax. I make my own money like the girls in movie trap.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
That's all for today's entertainment highlight on Breakfast Daily. For more latest stories, exclusive interviews, and all things showbiz, visit GhanaWeekend.com. Stay connected with us on social media. Follow Ghana Weekend on Facebook, X, Snapchat, and Instagram. And don't forget to subscribe to Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. Thanks for staying tuned. My name is Ni Komete Kome.
In a world filled with challenges, we all need guidance, hope, and a lifeline to anchor us.
This is Lifeline, and I'm your host, Fred Crunchy Mensah.
From social issues, relationship challenges, and family matters, Lifeline is here to inspire, uplift, and guide you on your journey.
Where we give you support, where we hold your hand through the valley and through the thick and thins of life.
Join Bishop Fred Crunchy Mensah.
I welcome you especially to Lifeline.
Every Tuesday and Thursday at 10 p.m. right here on Channel 1 TV. Let's walk this path together, strengthen our faith, our families, and our lives. Lifeline, because every soul deserves a guiding light. Tune in to Lifeline on Channel 1 TV and let's grow together.
Welcome. It's Play to Aid.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to Aid, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to aid. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to Aid every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to Aid game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
You see and hear the gunshots almost every day of your life.
In Cape Town, 79 children were killed in just 3 months. A community fights to stop the violence. But is there a way out? BBC Africa Eye, inside Cape Town's gang wars.
This Sunday, prepare for a divine encounter. Daybreak Davis hosts the deeply anointed and ever dynamic Reverend Pajo Makwe on Adoration, a powerful time of spirit-filled worship and praise like never before. Tune in and experience the overflow as he ministers under the unction of the Holy Spirit. Let every heart be lifted. Let every soul be renewed. This Sunday at 10 a.m. only on Channel 1 TV. Don't just watch it, experience it. Adoration, where the presence of God is real.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome and this is proudly powered by GhanaWeekend.com. Now to our first highlight. Shatta Wale and Medical have announced their upcoming Europe tour, exciting fans with a bold poster shared on July 9. The Shatta Wale X Medical Europe tour teases stops in Germany and Belgium, with booking details now available. Known for their energetic collaborations, the duo aims to electrify European audiences with their signature blend of dancehall and hip-hop. Now to our next highlight. Senegal has officially cancelled Akon's $6 billion Akon City project due to delays and financial setbacks. The futuristic city, inspired by Wakanda and powered by cryptocurrency, Acoin, failed to progress beyond a single incomplete building. The government has reclaimed most of the land and is now investing in a $1.2 billion tourism resort expected to create 15,000 jobs. Akon will develop a smaller project on 8 hectares, aligning with Senegal's economic recovery goals amid its debt crisis. Now to our next highlight. Lawyer Richard Asaribafor has dismissed claims that evangelist Nana Agrada is not in Nsawam female prison following her sentencing. Responding to allegations by Crime Check Foundation, Bafor confirmed she was transferred after required documentation was completed. He added that a bail application has been filed and is set for court ruling next Tuesday. Urging calm, he assured the public and her supporters that they are confident in their legal processes.
What is the situation now with regards to Madame Agrada? There are reports that she's not yet been transferred to the Nsawam female prisons. How true is it, please?
That's completely false. She's in Nsawam, and as a matter of fact, I'll be there in a couple of minutes.
Now to our next highlight. The cross-dressing DJ Azonto and his team, the Rolls-Royce family, is demanding $100 million in compensation from Medical for allegedly using the phrase Allah, part of Azonto's signature slogan, in the hit song Shoulder without permission. They claim the use infringes on DJ Azonto's intellectual property and brand. Alongside monetary compensation, they are also surprisingly requesting diamond chains and other items, warning of potential legal action if the matter is not resolved. Now to our last but not the least highlight. Ghanaian American singer Molly has responded boldly to body shaming in a viral X post, embracing her figure and promoting self-love. Known for her hit Shake It to the Max, Molly wrote that attempts to shame her only make her and her fupa show up even sexier. Her statement has sparked widespread support and adds to the ongoing 2025 conversation around body positivity and self-acceptance. And now let's check out Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown. Number 10.
Obrami boy give me one mame ya with the jika cry me yenti me mani na
Number 9. Number 8. Excellent. Number 7. Number 6. Number 5.
I need some help. Put my head on fire, can't cool. My head on fire, can't cool.
Number 4.
Look at her bum bum, look at her waist. What a bum bum, baby, my taste. What a bum bum, baby, my praise. Look at her face, look at her bum bum. But when some holding, so she's not mine. Somebody steal my baby. You know make I carry your love. This mama go back up, no.
Number 2.
Don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko, 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 Asoiko.
Number 1.
Shake it to the max. The DJ please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Caribbean girl, me know for tick, me know for top. Yeah, man, I watch my body like say them, I watch a match. Yeah, anything him say them, girl, I do it like it's tax. I make my own money like the girls in movie trap.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
That's all for today's entertainment highlight on Breakfast Daily. For more latest stories, exclusive interviews, and all things showbiz, visit GhanaWeekend.com. Stay connected with us on social media. Follow Ghana Weekend on Facebook, X, Snapchat, and Instagram. And don't forget to subscribe to Ghana Weekend TV on YouTube. Thanks for staying tuned. My name is Ni Komete Kome.
And of course, visit GhanaWeekend.com for more entertainment stories. For now, let's take you, bring you what is happening from the world of sports. Yes. Yaminta,
yes,
how are you?
Philip, I'm doing well. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you, my brother. What do you have for us?
Yes, good news. Good news for Ghana folks because our Black Stars players are on the move. They are making good moves. Kamaldeen Sulemana recently signed for Atalanta in Italy, and he'll be playing in the Champions League next season. And just yesterday, Ibrahim Osman, who was on loan from Brighton and Hove Albion to Feyenoord in the Dutch league, he moved on loan again. He's moved to France, and he's going to play for AJ Auxerre. And at AJ Auxerre, he's going to be in good hands because other Black Stars players are also there. Gideon Mensah, the defender, he plays for AJ Auxerre. Elisha Owusu, the midfielder, for the Black Stars, he also plays for AJ Auxerre. And so Ibrahim Osman, 20 years old, very young player. He turns 21 in November. Moving to a club like that, yeah, I think it will give him the needed environment for him to be able to grow. The French league is a league of talents. That's the catchphrase in the French league. And he is a talented youngster. And so getting to play in that environment, I think, yeah, it will serve him good because it served as a pathway to a lot of good players. I mean, Jeremy Doku of Man City played in the French league for Stade Rennes. Kamaldeen Sulemana played in the French league for Stade Rennes before moving over to Southampton. So he moving over to the French league, I think, yeah, it is a great move for him. And I'm still on the Black Stars. Yes, Mohamed Kudus. He's virtually on the verge of a move because he's expected to undergo medicals today at Tottenham Hotspur. Because West Ham United and Tottenham Hotspur have agreed a deal of £55 million for his transfer. And so what that means is that he's virtually a Tottenham Hotspur player pending a medical. If he's able to pass the medical, yes, the deal will be settled later this week, and he will officially be a Tottenham Hotspur player. And it's a good move for him because West Ham are in London, Tottenham Hotspur are also in London. So he doesn't need to change city, he doesn't need to change his house or his residence. Doesn't need to change anything. All he needs to do is just move over to the other side of London, and yeah, he will be at home. And the former vice president, immediate past vice president of Ghana, Dr. Baumia, also congratulated Kudus on the move. Dr. Baumia is a Spurs fan, and yeah, yesterday he tweeted about the impending move. So I'm congratulating Mohamed Kudus, and yes, that's the tweet. I'm excited to see our Ghanaian star boy make this move to my Spurs. And so, yeah, so it's getting all the buzz. And Kudus is our highest profile player, aside Partey. And so getting to see him make this move, yeah, I think it's a good move.
He's going to get some more money from Hotspurs.
Oh, yeah, get more money. And on top of that, also getting to play in the Champions League. Because Tottenham Hotspur, by winning the Europa League last season, have qualified to the Champions League. And so they will compete in the Champions League. So you were playing with West Ham. They finished 14th last season. Now you're going to play with a team that's going to compete in the Champions League. So, yeah, it is definitely a step up. And still on a London club, Chelsea, they are going to compete in the FIFA Club World Cup final on Sunday against PSG. And all I'll say is pray for Chelsea.
Why?
Oh, pray for Chelsea because what PSG have shown so
but
far.
the same thing you guys said about Chelsea not getting anywhere.
Yeah, but they'll get to the final. But like I'm saying, yeah, they've managed to get to the final because.
Why you think PSG will load Chelsea?
Oh, yeah. I mean, PSG beat Atletico Madrid 4-0. They beat Messi's Inter Miami 5-0. They've beaten Real Madrid 4-0. The only time they didn't perform was against Botafogo, the Brazilian team, where they lost. But that was in like early part of the competition.
And you think
you could tell that they were just trying to get to their places.
Chelsea doesn't have that momentum too.
Oh yeah, they do have the momentum, but like it's all about they do have momentum, but it's all about the quality.
Chelsea has gotten to the final.
Oh yeah, they've gotten to the final, but like there are levels to this, and where Luis Enrique's PSG, the level that they are operating at now, Chelsea isn't operating at that level yet. So like I said, pray for Chelsea because Sunday, look, it's going to be a bloodbath.
What time is it?
Sunday, 4 p.m. So yeah, Sunday is the day, July 13th, the final of the FIFA Club World Cup.
What if Chelsea scores PSG? What will you say?
I want to know.
I'll be beyond shocked. I'll be beyond shocked.
No, because the last time Gabi was here too, Gabi said that he didn't think Chelsea would make it. And,
but
here we are.
Yeah, but you have to look at the context of how the bracket played out.
He looked at the context.
Yeah,
the context at that moment.
But you have to be honest about it. Like Chelsea, the part of the bracket that they fell into of the FIFA Club World Cup, it was more favorable than the other side. Where PSG, I mean, you played Atletico Madrid, you played against Real Madrid, you played against Bayern Munich, PSG played against Bayern Munich. They played against Inter Miami, the home team. And you look at Chelsea on the other side, they played against a very poor Benfica. They played against Fluminense, who had a 44-year-old as a goalkeeper, a 40-year-old Thiago Silva in defense, a 37-year-old fullback. Nah.
So you think Chelsea's path to the final
has been easier than PSG? I mentioned it. I mean,
with everything that we are talking about, one thing that really that I want to see, one day is African teams also being part of this World Cup.
No, they were part, but unfortunately they got eliminated in the early stages.
No, I mean us going far.
Making a deep run in the competition. Yeah. That's what we're hoping for.
It would be nice to see, us
South
talking
Africa,
about...
South Africa's Mamelodi Sundowns, they showed early promise. They got a win. And I believe a draw, a draw in the competition, but unfortunately it wasn't enough to progress to the next round. And so they with that Athletic of Casablanca, that's Morocco. Esperance de Tunis, and Al Ali of Egypt. Yeah, they couldn't.
But mostly it's always North Africa.
Yeah, mostly because they are the ones who have the better structure. They are well financed, well resourced.
Or we say because they are closer to Europe.
No. I think it's all about doing your things right. Because Mamelodi Sundowns are in South Africa. And because they do their things right, they're able to attract a lot of sponsorship, jerseys and all that. And so, they are more well-resourced and better resourced than the other African teams.
Your mentor says we should pray for
pray for Chelsea. Pray for Chelsea because Sunday is going to be a bloodbath.
I mean, we can send this message to Jifa. Jifa will have to start praying right now.
So, yes, pray for Chelsea. But on Tuesday, you come back here on Tuesday, right?
No, Monday. Monday, I'll be here on Monday.
We will know whether the prayer worked or didn't work. Anyway, that's how I wrap up today's edition of Breakfast Daily here on Channel 1 TV. I am Philip Ni Latte.
And my name is Chris Carter. See you tomorrow right here, same time. Bye.
Welcome. It's Play to 8.
Get ready for the game show where every play has a purpose. Welcome to Play to 8, the only game show where your knowledge and skill don't just win you prizes, they help change lives.
What sport is considered the most popular in the world?
Football. Every point you earn goes toward real-world support, from school supplies to health kits, clean water to emergency relief. Play smart, play big, play to 8. Catch all the action, the drama, and the heat.
Most commonly spoken language in Brazil.
Portuguese. Play to 8 every Sunday at 3:30 p.m. only on Channel 1 TV.
Edna, let's begin.
The Play to 8 game show is proudly sponsored by Tang Palace, Giraffe Island, and VVIP.
You're very welcome to the Friends and Family Show, coming to you always live on Channel 1 TV from our studios here at number 5 Ola Hansen Lane in Tesano. And in this episode, it's going to be very interesting. Have you ever wondered why people actually ride or move from one country to another on